And hello. And we are going to work more on cast today. We're going to fix a bug. The bug. We were fixing a bug yesterday, and in the process of fixing the bug, we introduced the different bug. So we're going to fix it real quick. Shouldn't be difficult though, unless my current idea is wrong, but the idea here, we were trying to perform the type checking here, right? So we have the ID function, which is a generic function which takes t as a generic argument, returns t into t. And this is the definition, this is the type of this function. We are inferring the type of the function based on the definition already, so this is unnecessary, technically. But in order to check that the definition of the type is correct here, we are unifying this type and this other type. And this other type here is basically t2 into t2. So we're trying to unify this thing and this thing here. And so the way we were implementing this yesterday is that we take this generic argument and we just say that these two generic arguments are the same, and we replace all of them with just t, basically, kind of. But we replace it only in the result. We don't replace like the actual pattern, which leads to this thing where x is of type t, even though I'm saying that the type here is t2, the type is inferred as being t. That's the problem that we introduced, but the fix should be kind of simple, I think. It's just that we need to not say that these two are the same types, right? We need to not say that this is two types. We need to say that if we replace all t's in the result type with t2s, then this is going to be equal to that. And at the same time, if we replace all t2s here with t, then it's going to be equal to that. So depending on which one we know first, we can infer the other one this way. So it's going to take not a lot of time, I think. Jimby, hello, welcome. Hi, how are you doing? Hello. Just explaining the problem that I have. I'm going to fix it quick, and then we are going to work more, figure out some other thing to do. Pretty good, just chilling. Nice. So I'm here working on my programming language. You saw the Linux tags, okay. Yes, we are using Linux here, indeed. Specifically, I'm using the NixOS. If you are not familiar with that, I'm not sure if I can really advise other people using Nix. It is very difficult to go back once you are using Nix, but going in, it says a very big, you know, NixOS, yeah, but like it's just I don't think that I would suggest it to anyone else. There, like I want someone to create like a simpler version of Nix. Not simpler version. I mean, the problem with Nix OS is the Nix language. NixOS itself is fine. and working with the language. The language is too simple, it's dynamically typed, it makes it a pain to figure out what to do. Like, I have this vision of a typed Nix, basically. But I don't know, is there like actually typed Nix? Should we pause for a bit with the Nix experiment and reflect on what a gigantic mess the Nix language is and try to address it? I argue that we should completely replace Nix with a decent, strongly typed programming language. I think you mean statically typed when you say strongly typed. Nix is already strongly typed. Yes. I'm just wondering if there's any experiments in doing so. You struggle with going back to it, like you like it a lot, but you're not smooth brain. You're not smooth brain, but to be honest, I'm smooth brain adjacent. Yeah, like, but the reason it requires a lot of brain power is like not like it can be fixed. Like, the same idea can be implemented in a better way, I feel like. Some people are already working on the Nickel language, which you may find as a better typing system. So there is Nickel. I have been there already. Realistically, do you think this is the solution to math? That this out noobs and also anyone sane. This is what it looks like in Nickel. Shells build, shells dev. Import Nix packages, hello. Modules T. Type should be separate from values to have some actual readability. This is just a mess. Interesting. Swanwall, you have it set up and stuff, but I was having problems when wanting to add things that weren't already easy to access. Yeah. No, I understand, yes. It's interesting that this person over here is saying that wait, where was it? Types should not be types as and values should be separated or something, because that's literally what I'm doing with my language. My types and my values are living in the same thing, in the same place. We don't have the distinction really. Or semi-new to Linux, so just use Pika OS. Pika OS? Pika OS. I didn't even hear about that one. Pika OS. What is that? Gaming optimization focused Linux distribution that emphasizes ease of use and high compatibility, built on Debian, but with cherry-picked and custom compiled packages, ensures that Pika is stable. Hyperland edition, Neri edition. They have all of the hype things. They don't even like show good. Oh, no, there is GNOME, of course. Okay, GNOME, KDE, Hyperland, and NIRI. And they just pre-configure this for you, I guess, right? So it looks kind of almost the same, the Hyperland and the NIRI. Nice. Pain-free Linux game from the start. Yeah, sure. If you don't like tinker yourself with the, like trying to customize everything, then I guess this can work. I just like, I don't know. I like as soon as you start touching one thing, then you want to touch another thing, and then at this point these distributions that pre-configure things for you make not a lot of sense to me, which is why something like Arch or Nix is making more sense. But yeah, makes sense to use it if you are new to Linux. All right, anyway, so yeah, I'm going to fix my bug in my programming language here really quickly. I just need, I'm pretty sure, so here's my inference, and I have a unite type generic. This is the thing that I need to fix, right? So over here, I'm just uniting the type here of the first and the second result, but that's not correct. What I need to say is, basically similar to what I had before. I need to be able to perform substitution here, which is introducing a cyclic dependency right now. But we can break the cycle once again by saying so my substitution of the bindings requires evaluation, and my inference requires substitution. So what I need to do is I need to substitute the type. Type. Span state. So I need to give it the interpreter state. I need to give it the full interpreter state. Although technically for substitution, the only thing that I need is like the mapping from the bindings to the values. And in this specific case also, I am just substituting bindings with a different binding. So there is no real evaluation that is going to happen in this specific case. But still, I'm just going to say that cast inference, no, not inference, cast types inference dot substitute type is equal to substitute type, right? So I need to make sure that this is available here so that we can use the substitution during inference. Substitute type is ref none, and this is going to be reference option, and then the actual type of the function here is this one, right? So it's span into interpreter state into type. There you go. And now I can use it. Hello, Nerdsoul. Why does that not work? The value subtype has type span, but expression with split of type. Oh, because that is, yeah, it needs to be named state, interpreter state, like this. Did this sleep schedule flip? Yeah, yes. Is that a better sleeping schedule than the other one? Did you see GitHub issues? No. What's wrong? Did you write some issues? Result? Yes. Or either. There should be both, I think. Like, both result and either are useful types. If you want to add this to, like, the language, then sure. You can do a pull request. Calling function returning tuple with list field hangs. Calling function returning tuple with list field hangs. Alright, I can test that later. Let me fix my other bug right now. It just makes me miss more streams. Which one? This schedule or the other one? But do you actually pay attention to what's happening on this on the stream? Do you check that my implementations here are correct? Because I have done the same thing like 3 times already, and it has been wrong. So I'm just going to fix it again, which means that probably no one is understanding the code that I'm writing anyway. Because someone would tell me that I'm doing it wrong, right? Okay, let me just explain it one more time. I did it in the beginning of the stream. So here you go. We have the function ID, which is a function, which is a generic function, right? T given type T, it's a function from T into T, right? And then over here, right? So what we are doing here, we are asserting that the type of this, we are inferring the type here based on the definition, and then we need to like assert that it's equal to this, right? So we are unifying 2 types here, that this type and this type is the same. So if we don't like specify this type, we still infer the type here, and the type is inferred as this, right? It's from T2 into T2 into T2, right? Like this. So we must check that this is equal to that. So when I'm doing that, I'm like saying that we basically unify these variables. So I'm replacing one of them into the other one, basically, is what's happening, right? That's what I was writing yesterday. And that means that this x here is of type T and not of type T2, which is wrong, because that results in like other problems, because I don't replace like the pattern to the name here of this variable is still equal to T. No work today. I work when I I don't have the schedule for work either, right? I can just work at any time. So I woke up at like 3 a.m. today and at 1 a.m. yesterday. So I just work at a different time basically. Okay, so there you go. That's what we're trying to fix. We already asked you about your opinion on achievements and demos. Yeah, you did. I think it doesn't matter. But I mean, if you can do it, then you do it. I don't know. Why not? I did not do achievements for the Linksider yet. You think it's cool? Yeah, I mean, just do it then. Especially if it's easy to do. It's probably very easy to do, right? I just didn't even look into the Steam API at all. Maybe I will just steal your code when I'm going to work on Linksider more to implement all of these Steam features. All right. So we have unite type generic. And now I can perform substitution here. So what we're going to do, I'm going to say that substitute type is substitute type option yet, like this. So we have this function span, interpreter state, and type, right? Okay, yes. I feel like I have actually deleted this code, so I'm going to pull up this code. When did I delete it though? I need to find sub with probably like one of these unifying patterns. That's probably the one. That's the code that I deleted, and I want to make this go back. So what is sub width? This is it's literally a single function call, but I had to think for 5 seconds about where I want the call to happen. Yeah. Yeah, it's probably very easy. The achievements. But there's other like features in Steam API, right? There's achievements, there is Steam Cloud, rich presence, you said, and like other things. I don't know. What else is there? There's also like a Steam feature which allows you to do multiplayer, by the way. Did you know that? That's how games like Pogo Stack do multiplayer. Like, you don't need to own a server to have multiplayer in your game. Pattern binding. So we have two patterns here, and basically what I want here is that one to yeah. Okay. So unite pattern here. Unite pattern should be the thing that unite pattern should be a thing that returns like the list of pairs of bindings, I think. So F here, locals, interpreter locals, by symbol. Yeah, let's start with that. So this should return not unit, this should return a list of a pair of bindings from the first pattern and the second pattern, basically, right? So just binding and binding, like that. Binding pairs. So we have two placeholders and we return empty list. Failing just is going to return empty list, I guess, right? Empty list here. So we don't have a context and we don't do normalized bindings anymore. I don't do that. That is the code that I'm going to delete. Okay, we just have two bindings. We just have two bindings. And I'm going to say here that context. No, not context. I'm going to say that what I return is basically A and B. That's literally what I return here. A list of A and B. A list with a single tuple of A and B. There we go. That's all. Why is this like that? Shouldn't this be failing? Why was this not failing before? Tuple, tuple. Check parts. So check parts is a thing that this should also return the same thing. Binding, binding list. Fixed 2 bugs, now I have 4. Well, yeah. That's next. That's the next step. That's the next step. Empty list here. Fail. Match head A, head B, unite pattern, A, B, fail, field, and nothing. Wait, why is this also not failing? That's weird. They should be failing. This match expression has type binding binding list, but an expression was expected of type unit because I'm ignoring it, right? But I need to not ignore it. I need to say that list is like had bindings, and it's like tail bindings, and then we just return had bindings and tail bindings combined. Okay, this returns fail. Expression has type A list, but expression was expected of type unit. That's not expecting the type unit. Oh wait, it is. Over here I'm just uniting the labels. Yeah, sure. Let's just say let underscore list is fail. And then we have tuples, none and none returns empty list. Error returns empty list. Fail, fail, fail. Okay, good. Okay, so now we are back to this. Unite pattern is the thing that unite pattern is the thing that returns bindings. Right? So bindings is a list of pair of bindings. The bindings from the first and the bindings from the second pattern. Right? We have matched them together. So when I substitute with, this function should basically be the thing that is, you know, that is taking the pair of bindings. Well, I mean, this should be like substitute with bindings, which is binding and binding list. We're just going to construct the new bindings, which is like swapped, right? So these are the bindings that we're substituting. Yes, and then I'm substituting a specific type. Yes, okay, so we need to construct a new interpreter state. Binding index, we don't need that, I don't think so. By symbol, yeah, so this is just going to be bindings, a list map, and then we do like symbol map of list. So I need the list of symbols and the interpreter locals, right? So over here we have function binding A and binding B. This should return symbol and interpreter local. So we're replacing A with B here, basically, right? So symbol is going to be A dot name. That's the symbol. And the interpreter local is this one. I need to like create a place here, right? I have binding, yeah, I create like all of this. Just like before, and then return the binding. I think that's all. My symbol bindings into list map. to symbol map of list. And then in here. Where's the other syntax error? Where's my syntax error? Oh, I cannot do the type here with a star. I need to do this in parentheses. Okay, sure. Yeah, so and over here we are saying that this binding. So we're replacing A with B. So this is going to be binding B. Not type B type. Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. We have the type here of this binding. Is this something that potentially also needs to be substituted? I don't know, maybe not. So yeah, we create, so these are my locals. Now I create the new state, which technically only needs this scope here, it seems. And then we substitute bindings, but we don't do this. We just say subtype, like so. Right? So this is how we substitute with a specific binding. The one that we are returning is argument A, the result is result A, right? But we are going to say here basically, so we're not uniting the result A and result B, right? We instead say that result A substituted with bindings is going to be equal right, and it's like unite type. So result A substituted with the binding needs to be equal to result B. And the other direction is that result B substituted with bindings flipped. So bindings, a list map. Is there like literally a function called flip, where I just need to flip this the first and the second on the tuple? Pair operations, just first and second. This is the only pair operations. Okay, sure. We just map function which takes AB and returns BA, right? I can assign this, you know, bindings BA. So result B substituted with bindings BA is equal to result A, basically. And we can say that this is called bindings AB. So we have like first bindings from A and then bindings from B. Because that's what the unite pattern is returning to us, right? Unbound value. Value inferred is basically inferred value, right? There you go. Unbound module place. Can I init place here? I can init place. Okay, good. Anything else? And scope. Scope with values. Scope with values is another thing. But interpreter scope. So scope here is the interpreter scope. We have like locals here, right? And then we need other fields. ID, parent, recursive, and closed. ID. We're just going to generate new ID, parent, recursive closed and on update empty list, I guess. All right, so we just inline that here. Okay, this might be the fix that I needed. Let's see if that works now. Please. We have a panic. Blocked value. T is not equal to T2. Oh no. This is the same one. So the example here is very simple though. Literally the title. Yeah. Literally the title. So let's see what's the problem here. Once again, right? The problem is that what's happening right now? Cast is using all of the CPU, like the full so I have an infinite loop right now, it seems. And it's like growing the RAM. It's already using 1.5 gigs, my LSP. Okay, I guess I need to kill it. But it spawned a new one. Right. Because VS Code automatically restarts the LSP. We need to kill it like 10 times. Okay, I have also the so yeah, I literally introduced the new bug. Oh my god. Let's just try running this code, right? So so this is not equal to that, right? This is not equal to that. That makes sense that it's not equal because they are not supposed to be equal. Let me take a look at this code that I have written. Oh wait, I'm still uniting the types. I forgot to remove this line. This line should be removed. So because like in two different spaces, the two results, they are different types. Yeah, I need to not do that. There we go. This is going to be fixed now, right? Right, please. It worked. It worked. But I feel like we might still... Can I still have the... Like, the fact that my LSP was having the infinite loop is weird. But the reason is, so over here I'm doing it with no standard library. Maybe like there's something in the standard library that makes it... Yeah, I have the infinite loop here, right? Wait, it's not infinite loop. Look at this. It's continuing to do something. Could be in, I don't know. It could be, could not be the same. I instantiated a bunch of generics. So this is the trip. Over here. And now nothing is happening. Yeah, it's using 2.5 gigs already. I don't know, let's try your example then. This one is kind of fixed. Fixed a bug. Introduced infinite loop. Let's change this back to trace. I'm going to add these things, the logs back. If needed. So let's see what's your example about. Issue. Calling function returning tuple with list field hangs. Okay, let's try that. This code hangs and never prints here for some reason. Making this change causes it to no longer hang. Okay. Let's go to test KS over here. Do you need the standard library? Can we make this example without the standard library though? Let's say that int32 is native int32 dbg print. What else? Panic. I just want to like minimize it because there's a problem in the standard library right now, right? So you say that this should work, right? Panic never, right? So we actually panic never. I have compiled this successfully. And then what is the problem with the list? So let's just say that list is like this, where T is T, new type. I don't know. Let's say field is T, for example. For now. So this is working, right? So the problem is the like, what is the list T? Because yeah, we need to do that. List T is like using the trips under the hood right now. Let's say that this is like trip T. Then we have a trip module trip. I'm just going to, like, we only need the type definition from here, right? For this to be broken. So I imagine that this is going to... So there's some problem now. Could not find trip in scope. Wait, what? Yeah, I guess we just say T here. Just say T here. That makes sense. Okay, yes, infinite loop. Okay, nice. Let's try to minimize this example further then, right? And let's see what the problem here is. Do you need to implement foo as module? Let's try to not use that feature. So can I say like, let's just say foo new, and then we just say foo new, right? Like this. It's probably going to be the same. No, it's actually not. Not using module fixes it. Okay. Okay, so we have to implement this as module. All right. Interesting. Let's see. Let's try to minimize the definition here, right? We probably don't need count and priority. That's probably like the same thing. Do I need the left? No. Do I need the right? That's the question. Okay, so right, so this turns this into a recursive type basically, right? We can also say that, so we just must have a recursive type. I guess it's a recursive type that's breaking it here. So this is where the recursion actually happening. These are here is mutually recursive types because there's two of them. What if I just say instead of this strip here, can I say like inner t here? This probably is going to work, right? Yes. And then, so let's just say that this is the list, right? So let's say that the list is either is either nil, right, or it's like cons. It's cons of t and tt, right? Like that. That's how you do the lists usually, just to make it easier. Yeah. So this makes it easier. We can remove this now. That's also infinitely looping. Can I make this not a generic one though? That's the question. Can we say that list is just a new type where we have either nil or we have cons, let's say int32 and list, right? Like this. So instead of saying list t, we're going to just say list. This must be recursive though now, right? So yeah, I need to say like I'm not in a recursive scope here, so I need to do that. Const t is new type t. So it's still going to be list t. Just it's not a generic, I guess. Okay, this actually works. So it has to do with the recursive types specifically, with the recursive generic types. Specifically, foo as module. Okay, well, I mean, I don't know. That's somehow. I probably don't need this, right? Yeah, I don't need that. Hello, penguin operator. Do I need to call this function for it to loop infinitely? I need to call it. Wait, does it mean that... Wait, hold on. What's actually happening? Is it happening during compilation or during runtime? Compile. I don't have the compile with... Let me have compile with no std though. Compiler CLI, because I don't have that, I think. No std boolean. No std is false. No std is false. Like, the question is, does it happen at compile time or at runtime? The problem. So I don't do compiler default. I want to have compiler, which is no std, right? Similar to cast interpreter CLI. If no std, initialize compiler interpreter. Compiler interpreter. If no std, then this, else that. That's for the interpreter, yeah. Compiler requires interpreter anyway. So we do that. And name part. What is name part in this case? What is name part? Oh, two-step. Name part. Oh, name part is this, right? It's the URI, source URI, because I'm always having the URI. We don't have a non, because we don't compile from the standard input. Yeah. That makes sense. We just say over here, URI path. Okay, let's see. Compile no std. Not that. Compile no std.
Hello, Betseg.
Hello, Betseg. What's the bug now? I have infinite loop right now. Let me just fix this. I'm trying to do it without the standard library, so I'm introducing the new flag for not the standard library, for not using standard library in the compiler. For testing, easier, instead of commenting the standard library, you know. So cast compiler over here, right? I'm just going to say that if we have no std to the rest, then we're just going to say parse rest with no std being true, right? Okay, there we go. So it actually compiles. It actually compiles, so the problem happens at runtime. Okay. The problem happens actually at runtime. Let's see what it compiled into. Should I? We are assigning string to something. Then assign. Wait, I have a feeling that this is printed. This is printed and like it adds a new indentation here for no reason. I feel like I can fix the printing here too. Compile no std. Let's fix the printing. Let's print expression. Print expression shape. And we have expression then. So we have a tuple print expression options. Infinite looping is in the standard library. What feature have we been working on? The last one that I was fixing is the unification of types of generics. Inferring the generic types properly. That's what I added. The infinite loop seems to have been happening. I mean, the infinite loop in the standard library is what I just introduced. The infinite loop in this example is, I'm not sure if they are connected. Maybe they are though. Then this over here is actually a little bit weird. Why is it printing like that? Because I'm just oh wait, tuple make expression. There's wait, tuple make list. Yeah, there we go. This is a list of expressions, right? Then yeah. Oh wait a second. Wait, there's something really wrong over here, right? I think this is it. This one over here, the temp, is what's breaking it. Because temp is not like putting the closing bracket on like the beginning line here. So it's the problem not with this, but with temp. This one. It's not closing the thing. How do we close it? Yeah, this over here is not closed. So I need to do that, and it seems like the same is over here. It would be nice if like OCaml was checking that this is properly like nested and stuff. Okay, there you go, there you go. So now we can actually see what we have compiled this into. So first, this is the code that we're compiling, right? First, we're saying that int32 is basically the constant type, right? Then we say that string is the type string. Then we say that dbgprint is dbgprint. Forget about that. Then list. Then list is this constant. We evaluate this at compile time, so we cannot see what it is underneath, right? Assign. So this is just, we are assigning p to... We are assigning p to applying. F is the function, which is foo.new. I mean, there is nothing useful in this compiled output, though. I guess. Yeah, nothing useful. But anyway, I did fix some printing. Issue. This is some analyzed AST we're looking at. So when I say compile, this is what the interpreter is working with, right? So I guess it is the AST with type information, right? So the type inference has already happened, right? So like technically we could like write this to a file, and that like, and we can say that this is the bytecode that my interpreter is working with, right? Yeah. I call this the intermediate representation, but I guess it's technically is the AST. Plus the type inference information. There is not only just type inference information. Like there's a lot of things that have like that has been checked at. It's not like it's not just a typed AST, right? For example, I know that this symbol. I like some of like symbol unification has also happened, right? So the symbols have been resolved properly. I know if two symbols are the same or not. There's a lot. But yeah, I don't know. Like when I think AST, like when I think AST, I think of a syntax, and this is far beyond the syntax at this point, which is why I'm calling this just the intermediate representation. But what usually is called the intermediate representation is something that's a lot more low level, I guess. But yeah, we just have a high level intermediate representation, which is basically AST. I don't know. Like, what's the definition of an AST? AST is not the right term. Yeah, I'm just not sure what is the right term here, right? But I mean, yeah, high level intermediate representation. I guess. All right, so compilation succeeded, and then if I try to run it, then we have the infinite loop. So let's just see where the infinite loop is happening. There can be multiple intermediate representation. Yeah, sure. So yeah, that's why I'm saying that it's high level, right? Because then later, when we are actually performing the compilation, there's going to be the LLVM intermediate representation, which is like a low level, and then maybe before LLVM, there could be like some also intermediate that I do before outputting LLVM. Right? Yeah. Okay, I guess some logging needs to happen. But I'm imagining that the... Wait, what's the actual problem, right? I'm just calling the function. dbgprint here is never printed, right? So I am never here. Why is dbgprint? Let's just say print. Let's just say print as string native IO print as, right? That's how we do it. No, that's not how I do it. Oh, now I need to use print, not GPT print. Just to make it a little simpler. Do you actually compile to bytecode for interpreter now? Or more structured? No, this is literally what you are seeing here. This is literally what my interpreter is working with. This is it. I'm not even like storing it as like the bytecode. I don't serialize this to a file. All of the things is happening in memory right now, which means that I'm doing everything from scratch. Every time I'm trying to run and compile a program, I'm compiling the standard library fully from scratch. The LSP is doing everything from scratch on every change currently. Are you doing this as a learning experience, or is there something you want to fix with your language? Well, I mean, in the ideal world where I actually finish this project, yes, we are fixing the programming, and the programming is great again or something, yes, because, you know, it's supposed to be a programming language that is actually good. Yes. Yeah, I don't think it's just a learning experience anymore. But realistically, I'm not sure that I can... Well, I mean, I haven't been working on this for too long for now, right? Just a little over a year. I'm wondering where is it going to be in 1 more year. But yeah, we're fixing the programming. We have all of the fancy features of all of the programming languages. You found the bug because you had a small rewrite. You started a small rewrite of your own language in Cast? Yeah. You started it a little bit too early. I'm not starting to rewrite my own language in itself yet. Someday you're streaming early and someday you're late night. Why? Because I don't have the sleep schedule. Sleeping schedule is something that is difficult to maintain for me. So yeah, the streaming schedule because of that is also RNG. You like row types because they are ADTs without naming collisions. I mean, in Cast right now, the way we can have like that. Yeah. Well, we can do the same for the tuples, by the way. Like this is not. It's not limited to the variant types. We can have the same for the tuple types. And the row types are... rows are also going to be used for the effect system. That's so like in languages like Coca, the effect inference is done using row polymorphism too. So yeah. You cannot maintain your sleep schedule too? Nice. I'm not the only one who is bad at sleeping. Okay. So I think what we need to do, foo.new. So can I like print over here though? Print yo. Cast run. So yo is printed, right? But I never actually go into this function. So so the problem is that I cannot. So foo.new. This is me getting the field of this as a string, right? I'm not, and this means that I'm trying to basically evaluate foo as module. I think is the issue here. So let's go into the interpreter core and do like cast as module, right? I think this is the thing that is not returning. Let's try this. Print 1, and let result be this. In result, print 2. Yes, that's exactly what's happening. You often have several rewrites open at the same time. I would never understand. Why would you never understand? Or is that a joke? Because don't you also rewrite? Have you not been rewriting your game, Nerdcell, like 1,000 times? Or like the UI for the game at least? Cast isn't the most superior languages of all? Well, not yet. There's a lot of features that are not implemented yet. So it is not a very good language right now. But I guess like the feature that is missing the most right now is the inference of the context system, and maybe like something related to that. And then it's also buggy, right? And then the error messages are really bad right now. If your program is not like type checking, then the errors are really bad. LSP is very leaky. You mean it's leaking memory all the time? Yeah, probably. We fixed some leaks before. Wait a second. Wait a second, guys. Do you see this code? Do you see this code? So we are stuck inside of this code. But what does this code actually say? This as module. This is just a map. I'm just trying to find the thing in a map. How big do you think this map is that it takes infinite amount of time to find a thing inside of a map? Error messages are hard. Yeah. Well, I mean, I understand how to make some of them better, but yeah, I'm not really like focusing my efforts on making the error messages good yet. I have something being reported, which is already better than nothing. You implemented a type checker and it never landed on the project because I couldn't get the error messages that our users would understand. Yeah. It's just like but my error messages are really bad because it's not just the users. It's just that I am not understanding sometimes why the error message is saying what it's saying. But yeah. Do you work on the language only on stream? Well, mostly on stream. I do like a very, very small amount of stuff off stream sometimes. So yeah, the problem here, we are literally stuck in this code, and this is just a map. So I'm trying to find something inside of a map. A map. But why is that? Well, a map is supposed to just be able to just like look at the values and compare them. So comparing the values is something that is infinite, I guess. Wait, and it actually makes sense that they are infinite, because if I have a recursive value, then I have recursive comparison function, because I'm not having the recurse cache installed when I'm doing comparison. I think I understand the problem. My values can be recursive because values can be types, as one example, but we can have like recursive values other than the types technically, because yeah, why not? And then the comparison would just be recursive, right? Let's try printing it here. Print over here, value, print value. The value is test.foo. How about, hold on. I think what I can do, instead of say new type, I'm just going to say type. Let's just say type here. Because it's probably going to still, yeah, there we go. There we go. So what we're trying to do, we are trying to have the type, which is recursive, and we're trying to find this in the map. And because this is recursive, how do we like find this thing in a map, right? Well, in order to find something in the map, we need to compare things, right? And comparing things is just going over like basically the fields of my struct and comparing them recursively, right? So yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. But also, there is another issue actually that I am kind of surprised that we have not been hit before, which is so what is a value map, right? This is a map from values into like whatever, right? But a value is something that is inferable, so it can change the value. Like the value can be mutated, basically, is what I'm saying, right? The value can be mutated. Even although the value itself is not mutable, it can be inferred later, because value can be not inferred. And then when we do that, the comparison operator can change its behavior. So I'm actually wondering why we have not hit that issue before. But I do have a different thing, which is called like the inference a variable map. Right? So we have a different map, which is a map of where the key is the inference variable. But this one is always treating the different variables as different keys in the map, which is not what I want to do for my actual map. How would you implement something like this? Is that possible? So like, we want to have a map from values which are potentially not inferred, and they can be like not inferred partially and something. You know? Let's maybe like create the simplistic example here in the OCaml playground, right? So what do we want? What is happening, right? We have type map, which is something, you know. Something, not sure. Oh, maybe let's do inferable integers. How about that? Let's say this. So we want to have something like this. We have value, which is either which we have value which has like inferred, which is int option, and this one over here is mutable, right? Which means that at some point we might assign the value to know that it's now a concrete integer, basically, right? We something like very, very simplistic like this. So I want to have a map from value into whatever, right? I want to say module value map. So this should be a map as with a type key equal value, right? That's what we want. So how do I specify that? So the way I'm doing this right now is I'm basically doing this. Module value is that struct right, and then we have like and then we basically derive the compare here. Let's add the preprocessor here. Right? So why is this not correct? Why is this not correct? Let's create a simple test here. Let's create a simple test where we say that let map be value map empty, right? Let's sure. Let's say value map empty. Then we do value map add like a 0 or whatever. And then we say value map add b 1, where a is value, inferred is none, right? Where b is value, inferred is none. Well, I mean, this is not exactly correct. I guess I also have IDs here. IDs is ID. Because like we do treat different things as different. Well, I guess we don't derive here then. Let's do it a little bit more like I actually have it. T is just say something like this. Something like this. ID is IDgen. ID is IDgen. So we need to like specify the comparison functions here, right? So compare AB is if AID is equal to BID, then true. Else we're going to say match A inferred and B inferred with, if they are both inferred, then we just return int compare AB, but in any other case we just return false. That's how it works right now, I guess. not false, like, right? This should be like 0, and this should be... Wait, and what do I even return here right now? Wait, I don't even know what I'm returning here. This is just something that is not equal. Wait. Oh, I return, I think I return ID compare. AID, BID. So, like, yeah, I think that's what's happening. Okay. I just want to, like, reproduce the issue here in a simple way. Okay, so A is less than B in this case, right? A is less than B, but once it is inferred, we can say that A is actually more than B, right? So how about this? A inferred is some 2, and B inferred is some 1, right? And then I want to, like, map value map find B, right? Because obviously I have inserted B into the map, right? If I try to find it here, then it should work. But we are actually going to panic, right? Cast, no, not cast. Dune exec playground. There we go. Exception is not found. In this last line, right? So why is that? Because the map is the data structure which assumes that the values that you put into the map is not changing the order, right? Because that is breaking the entire algorithm of how we are storing things inside of a map. We assign these variables, we mutate them, and they become ordered in the opposite order. So the question is, how do we do that? Right? So because of that, I have this different kind of a map right now. But for, like, some different purpose. Where... so, like, one of the things that we can do is we are doing the unification, right? We're saying that the two things must be the same. Right? Yeah. So we say that two IDs are actually, like, the same things, kind of. And then I'm basically subscribing to unification. And when that happens, I'm updating my data structure to contain, like, the both the old and the new ID. Although the old ID is not used, so I guess we should only use the new ID. But that's what this map is about, right? So we have a map which is a map by recurse ID, right? And when I add a variable to the map, I add by the variable's recurse ID, but variable's recurse ID can change because we're unifying the variables, right? And whenever we are unifying them, we are adding the new ID to the map. So with that, we can still query the this variable that we added to the map, and it should still exist in the map, right? But this over here is not taking into consideration the equality of the actual values. It's only checking that the different variables are, like, different entries in the ID, basically, right? But we also need to compare by value, actually. the only way that I can see doing this, right, I mean, one of the obvious ways of how to do this is just make the map linear and like compare if the things are equal with every entry in the map, right? So the lookup is going to be linear in that case. That's going to work, but we don't want it to be linear, right? There's potentially a lot of entries in the map. Has someone, for some reason, needed to implement something like this before? Don't they do this in like your... Wait, like it should be like a useful data structure in programming language development, right? If I'm needing, then surely other people have needed that before. Okay, boom, 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 boom. Like, this is very kind of similar to... I mean, this over here, this map by just IDs is just the DSU, the disjoint set union. We just store an extra value for each of the variables, right? But in case we're comparing by value, how do I like do that? That's the question. I mean, so I feel like I understand though what needs to be done. We need to like have a separate map for inferred and for not inferred values. So if a value is inferred, then we have a separate map. So like value map is a thing. Right? So we need to have what? We need to say empty is entries is but let's do for now the stupid implementation, right? So the stupid implementation is this: type T is, we just have entries, which is value list, right? Value is like a T, entries is like a times value list, right? The interface is like this. We have add key value map is basically the one that adds the entries, right? So entries is map entries, and we just add to the beginning key and value, right? And then we have the find, which is find key map is basically map entries, a list, a find, list find function, map entries is key value. Okay, this is the key. The key is the value type, right? And the value is like that, right? So map, so like existing key and value. And I would say that value compare key with existing key. If this is equal to 0, then true. I mean, just this is equal to 0, right? So this is the stupid implementation. No, I need to do find map. Find map. If this, then some value, else none. There we go. That's what we do. So this works, obviously, right? But this means that my map lookup is linear. I mean, we can do this right now, I guess. Maybe let's not worry about the performance. Let's just make sure that it fixes my bugs first, right? But I definitely don't want to keep it like this. Value map. Type team. Add value at, right? It's value. Let's just types. Let's say value. Let's just say type value is equal types impl.value. Add empty find opt value, or let's call this key, I guess, because it's a map after all, right? Key at a option, right? Okay, so type at is entries, is a list of key a, right? Type key is type value. The type constructor list expresses one argument star. Okay, let empty be entries is empty list, add key value map is entries is key value map entries, find opt key map is map entries, find map function map key value if value if types well, I have value impl here, right? Type simple value. There's like value impl t basically. So we can compare them, right? If value impl compare, and we also have equal technically, right? Equal is types impl dot equal value. I have that. So basically, if they are equal key and map key, then some value, else none. All right. value impl.equal. This is ordered type. I mean, this only has the compare. Let's have a separate signature here, sig. Type t is types impl value let equal val equal t boolean val compare t int. Okay, is that going to work? Unbound value map dot equal. This one does not need to be compared. Instantiate generics don't need to be compared. Types value map iterate. This is just printing the existing ones though, right? This is just printing the existing ones. Yeah, let's do iterate here too. In the value map, iterate, which is at into function which iterates over key value unit, right? Like that. Let iterate map. I guess the map should be the last argument here. Iterate f map is map entries list iterate function key value f key value. There is value map update that I'm using, so let's have update too. Okay, update is similar to add, but it takes the existing thing, right? Yeah. Update is having key and then into a option, at. That's what we do. So we have update key f map is we're going to match hello elemental magic card game. Hi. Match find opt key map with none, then well, I mean this is like current, right? Well, I mean I need to actually, yeah, I see. How do I do this properly here? We need to say like map entries list map basically, right? Let's updated if existed is a list map, and then we'll say like existed is a ref false function map key current value. We just say that if value equal key map key, then we call the function. Should this be like filter map? Filter map is what I want, right? Yeah, if they are equal, then we just return f of current value. F with some current value is going to be called. Otherwise, if they are not equal, then I'm just keeping this current value here. Okay, and if this existed, then we say existed is true, right? And then we say that if existed, then we just return updated if existed, and otherwise we return updated with existed, and then we like add the new thing, right? Else, well, I guess in the other case we are going to match we are going to match f none with none, then we just return the original map. Right? And if it was some value, then we actually add a key value, right? Well, yeah. Well, it means that add also like always does that stuff. Okay. Yeah, whatever. Let's say entries is key value colon map entries here, because maybe like add should be implemented using the update. Key a option map key. What? Okay, now we need to make the error messages. Good. F is value is a option into a option. Map is AT, and this should return AT, right? Okay, yeah, the problem is over here, updated if existed. This is the A list. Yes, because this should not be a list. This should not be some current value. This should be like this into option map function new value map key new value, right? Well, I guess this is the new value in general. Over here, let new value be this. And I'll just do option map new value map key new value. Okay, yeah, nice. Value map union. Wait, I need to union? I need union too? Well, union is easy though, right? Union should be easy. We just iterate over like the second one and we add everything to the first one. Union. There's a function taking two maps and the function that takes a key and two values. Yeah. Okay, so we have a key a option into AT into AT into AT, right? Like that. Union. Let union F A B is, so we say let a result union. Is this a language for communists? This is a map. This is like, is math for communists, because there is unions happening there, right? Result is let's just do mutability here. Result is A, then we return the result, and then we're just going to iterate over B. using function key value. So we just say that result is result update key with a function current value function. So if we have some current value, then we are going to let's see here, function function current value, let new value be match current value with some with none, then we just return the value. We then return some value, and if it is some current value, then we call function f using key value and current value. Right, yeah. I mean, and that's what we return, literally, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that should work, I think, for the unions. Okay, this compilation succeeds. Cast. Hi, Max guy. Let's see if okay, that's still compiled. Let's try running this again. Okay, I mean, the problem is still the same though, right? This is me fixing like the other issue, the other bug. Than the infinite recursion. The infinite recursion happens because when I'm trying to compare two values, because values themselves are recursive, we are recursively comparing the everything, right? That means that when performing the comparison, then performing the comparison should be performed with the recurse cache, right? Yeah. So which means that, yeah, I need to like say that value equality, right? Whether the values are equal should be done using the recurse cache. Because these are the variables. Equal value, and that one is derived, yeah. Can I say over here recurse cache dot with cache? With cache recurse cache f equal ab is equal value ab, but we do this with recurse cache function that, and then the recurse cache itself is a recurse cache init create, yes. And same goes about the comparison. Compare AB, compare value AB, recurse cache dot with cache, recurse cache create function which compares these values. Okay, and then I need to use this recurse cache when actually perform the comparison of the inference variables, right? Wait, but what is the recurse cache? Hold on, what is the recurse cache? What can I store in there? Anything? We just have the visit count and depth. We just have whether I have visited or not. But wait, but if I have visited something, does it mean that they are equal? In this case, the recurse cache should whether I have compared two things actually. So this is a different one, right? This should be a recurse cache. Like I feel like the recurse cache should be a generic one, right? This one should be generic over the key that we're having here. So it is either ID or two IDs. If it's two IDs, which is a tuple, we can still use the normal hash table, I think, which uses the polymorphic hash, right? So can I say recurse cache over like any key? We can also like create it using the compare function, so we can store the compare function inside maybe, and then how does this work though? Visit count, yeah. It's just like ID is not necessarily ID anymore, right? So we cannot say colon ID. This is just some generic, yeah, there's just type A. That makes sense. The problem is how do I retrieve the cache? Because if this is like a polymorphic function to retrieve the cache, functor time. Yeah, this actually must be a functor then. This actually must be a functor, you're right. So recurse cache is a functor which has the key. So we have a key which is a key signature. That's recurse cache. Hold on, no, recurse cache. We have module make key signature struct end, right? Like that. So where module type key as is just type signature type T. Is that all? I mean, and also we can specify how to compare the things then, right? Here if we want, sure, let's say but this is a hash table. It should like a hash. Is there like a thing like int.hash? Yeah, there is. So we can use the hash table. But we can also say hash table make then. Because that's my key, right? Hash table make key. And then we just do that, right? Hash table make key is just hashed type. So this is just hash table hashed type. That's what we want. dot t. So get now is not polymorphic. This actually is returning this thing. Hash table create. Oh my god. Hash table. Can I just say over here that module hash table is hash table make key? Okay, there we go. Now that works. Now that works. So over here, recurse cache is the recurse cache over like the comparisons, right? Which is a pair of IDs, right? Which is a pair of IDs. Do I need to like create the new thing where we say like module pair, ID pair is struct? Let's just make sure that this is like hash table, a hashed type, right? So there's going to like type T is ID, ID. Hashed type, we have T equal and hash. Why does it say sig type T is not included? Oh, value equal is required here. Yeah, okay. So say equal equal A1, A2, and B1, B2 is going to be, yeah, there's like T, right? So it's going to be like T equal A1, B1, and T equal A2, B2, right? And then hash A and B. How do you derive hashing usually? OCaml hash. How do you derive hash usually? Just like multiply by some random number and then add the other one? Let hash I is I lend. What is lend? Is that a keyword in OCaml? Lend. Functorial interface. I like the word functorial. Oh my god, is equal. How do you combine the hashes? Like, I'm just wondering what's the convention is in OCaml. How to implement hash for pair of ints in OCaml. Oh, you just give a, so you have like the polymorphic thing, right? But if you implement your own, you will just do this, right? So you multiply by a random number and add the second hash. Or a simple version, LSL 16 ELXOR. Yeah, I think it makes sense that we just do hash table hash. So yeah, so this over here, seeded hash param, polymorphic hash function based tables. Yeah. Whatever, we just do this for hash table hash AB, right? There we go. Equal. Wait, can I just say that equal is equal to equal? I guess that should work, right? And hash is just hash table hash. Because like this implementation is like this simple one. Okay, so now we have this recurse cache make ID pair, right? You cannot do make here, right? So I need to say this recur like module recurse cache is this, right? And then I say recurse cache with cache. Okay, so that works. That works over here. This recurse cache is over like normal IDs. So say module recurse cache is recurse cache make just ID. Does ID has hash? Yeah, it does. Print. So now when I'm printing, this should be a recurse cache. Okay, can I say over here recurse cache is recurse cache make t? Can I do that? And then over here, oh my god, why is OCaml so difficult? And annoying. A recurse cache with cache. Do I just say like over here module recurse cache is recurse cache make? This is for printing, so this is just going to be ID, right? There you go. There you go. Yeah, and yeah, I made this twice here. I guess I don't need to do it twice, right? We can only make this module once. Okay. This still is not fixing it because now I need to like use that thing. Now I have to use this thing in the inference base when I say compare and equal, right? So equals and compares, we now should use the caches, right? Now, obviously, if the recurse IDs are the same, then it's true, right? But otherwise, over here, we're doing like this recursion, which can basically go back over here. So we need to take a look at the recurse cache here, right? Module recurse cache ID pair is recurse cache make ID pair, right? That's what we do. And when we do the equal, if this is not it, then we're going to say recurse cache ID pair get, right? So that's my current cache. Cache recurse cache ID pair. If it is already visited, if it's already visited, A recurse ID and B recurse ID, right? Then, so what should we return here? If I have already visited things when checking for things for being equal, then it means that they are equal, right? If everything else is equal, then we ignore the recursive checking of equalities, right? Otherwise, if it's not, the value IDs has type ID idea, but the expression was expected of recurse cache ID pair hash table key. But isn't ID pair T? Hold on a second. Isn't ID pair T? Is just two IDs, right? Or because this is hash table type, so we actually, yeah, because of this signature, we don't know that this type is equal to that. Okay. We need to not annotate here. We need to not type annotate. Then it works. Okay, so and if it's not visited, then we also say that we are visiting it, right? So recurse cache ID pair dot like enter IDs, right? Enter. Okay, now that's going to work, right? Right? Please? Well, now we panic. Why do we panic? While evaluating this place expression over here, foo.new, unhandled recursed cached get. Yes, okay. So this one is unhandled. Why is this unhandled? Why is it unhandled? Am I not... So, like, I'm comparing things without installing the recurse cache? Which is supposed to be installed over here. But it only is going to be installed if we're actually using this... Oh, wait, but also... Wait, yeah. Yeah, no, this is correct. Value impl, right? Like, that's what we are actually using. Types... Wait, hold on. Called from types impl equal value. Value map find opt. Value map find opt, literally. This thing. This calls value impl dot equal, which is installing the cache, right? If this is installing... equal value here, this is one over here is being derived. We are checking that these are equal. If value map equal, value map equal has the unhandled exception recurse cache make key get 0. I think I know why though. I think I know why. You know why? You know why? I think I understand why. It's because it's OCaml. Because a recurse cache ID pair is this thing, right? That is this thing. That is this thing. And basically I'm creating I'm using the same functor twice with the same module, but it does not mean that it is the same like result, right? Because it actually like duplicates my my recurse caches, which means that the like the effect types are actually different and they're not the same. Even all the types that we are like containing there are different. Okay, so I need to like make sure that I'm using the same recurse cache type. Let's call this you know, like let's call this compare recurse cache. So this is for comparing the inference variables. Compare and compare recurse cache. But over here I cannot do that. I can like wait, what? I cannot do module, right? Struct end. I cannot do equals here because this is the signature. And I can like remove the signature here. I'm just going to remove the signature. OCaml is too annoying for me to figure this out. So, and now I'm just going to use the same recurse cache like module over here by not making a new one, right? That's what I'm doing here. I'm making a new one. But what I should do is I should just use the inference compare recurse cache. Okay, and then it works. And then it works. Okay. And then it works. Panic never is what we're expecting to see. Alright. After 1 billion hours of fighting OCaml, we finally got it. Like the borrow checker in Rust does not need to be fought that much as OCaml needs to be fought. It is just so annoying. Is that a skill issue? I don't know. Like even if I spend 1,000 more hours in OCaml, I feel like I will not stop complaining about it. Another bug bites the dust. I don't know. Let's see the STD. I don't like the standard library is still looping. That's the different one. That's the different error. Yeah, so like the one that you found is different. That is just me having a recursive comparison functions. All right. Recurse cache for comparing values. Okay. Now let's try fixes 37. And also I don't want to probably like have this printed, right? Println 1. Like this probably does not need to be committed here. Fixed number 37. Sure. I mean, including this thing. Okay. All right, now let's figure out the actual bug in the standard library, right? In the standard library, where are we having the problem? Where am I having the problem? Can I do cast? Can I do cast no std, but then I try to compile the std library, you know? It's not no std compile, it's compile no std. Right? Yeah. Okay, so this does not work. So it's even the compiling is stops, right? But I can yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter. It's because everything is a const here anyway. Okay. Let's go and like do this comp time native io print yo. So this one is printed, so this has happened. This has happened. This has happened. I mean, there's no reason for this to not work. Let's go here. This is happening. Okay, string and char. This has happened. Option has happened. Before the collections, is it collections? It's probably collections, right? It's the collections, okay. Collections. Let's see how many yos we see now. 1, 2, 3, 4. So everything, just the map. The map is the only one that is not compiling for some reason. Okay. It is the map. Let's see what's wrong with the map now. We are getting here. We are getting here. I'm getting here. I'm getting here. I guess what I'm not getting into is like when I close this scope. So if I have like parentheses and then I try to print that, right? Yeah, can I say like let x be this and then we return x here in the end, right? Or whatever. Wait, this was actually printed. Can I then dbg print the value? Wait, but this value is x. Oh, because it's a let. Can I do const? I mean, yeah. So I return from it. Oh, wait. It's because, like, what does map mean here, right? In order to know what this is, right? Because map is defined in over here. That map is that, right? Yeah, so that makes sense a little bit. Let's discard. Let's say that. Let's try to comment out, maybe, the map. I don't know. Why would this fix anything? Let's comment out the collections altogether. Let's say that I don't have collections, right? And then in the prelude, we need to comment this out. So this still does not work. Wait, it is just very slow right now. Wait, is it just very slow right now? Is it just very slow right now? Parsing the standard library. Which is like really tiny right now. Oh, we have conflicting implementations. of cast type in 32 as from string as the std bootstrap. So like it feels like what this means is that I have done, like I'm trying to implement the thing multiple times here. Like, am I doing the same, am I evaluating the same code multiple times right now? For no reason. When I'm bootstrapping my standard library, right? Okay, can I say cast run no std standard library? Cast eval standard library. Cast REPL standard library. Wait, what happens when I do the REPL like this? Because this is supposed to literally be the same as, like, yeah, I am in the REPL, right? Do I have like lib std? Interpreter CLI. When we say eval end, wait, I mean, I'm supposed to be inside of the standard library now, right? Or no? Int 32? No, not really. You mean you fixed a bug and now you have 2 new bugs, 9+ errors and 2 warnings? Yeah, exactly. Hello, Boracek. Hello, Boracek. And I also made the thing 1,000 times slower. You was wait for 3 days for visiting friend. You have friends? No way. Good for you. And during that I make LSP, at least pre-SEMA LSP. What is pre-SEMA LSP? What does pre-SEMA mean? Now you rework your AST a bit and need to fix parser problems and compress code a bit. Pre-SEMA means LSP features... Oh, pre-semantic. I see. You have LSP features that don't require semantics. So you have the formatting. You have the formatter. For example. Use CLang terminology. Yeah, I'm not familiar with CLang terminology. Yeah, I know what CLang is, but I'm not familiar with its terminology. Because I never looked at it. Why would I know its terminology? Or you mean like it's pronounced not CLang but clang? No, I do have the value. Yeah, I'm just discarding the value here. I'm discarding the value here. After I evaluate the standard library. Right. So if I want to do this, I need to basically say std stdlib. If I want to like go this route, stdlib, I need to say that let std be equal to this, right? Then I should go into the REPL, wait 1 billion years for some reason that we need to figure out. And we have std here now, right? Yes, okay. So now we can say std io print high, right? So like this works. This works. std print high works still, right? clang and clang, which one is the compiler front end? Why would I even like bother myself with such a question though? I mean, isn't the compiler backend the LLVM, or is Clang more than just LLVM? Isn't Clang just the front end, which is the for... Well, I mean, Clang is not just for C, right? It's for other languages too, right? For C++ too, for example. And is it also for some other languages? It's like asking Kuvi man versus Kuvi boy. Okay. So what do we check here? We check why this is slow, or we check so if I uncomment the collections, maybe it's just very slow. Maybe it's just very slow. Maybe if I wait for like an hour, it will actually evaluate fully. It's growing the memory though very quickly, right? So it's using 1 GB already. It seems like it has used almost 4 gigs now, and it's not going to stop. Okay, how do I figure out what's wrong? Maybe I need to figure out why is it slow though first. Or I can try to minimize this standard library to something simpler. Let's try to minimize the standard library. So unwinding, get rid of that, they just have some types. I think that is totally fine. Char, string, modules. I don't think we need that. CMP OP should be fine. Option DBG IO collections panic. Okay, let's do this. And then inside of the let's get rid of the collections now. Let's do that. Okay, there we go. So that was quick, right? And this should still work, right? std IO print hi still works. Okay, just the standard library is a lot smaller now. Wait, hold on. It was a lot smaller, but what actually happened here? Oh, wait, what happened is me having these things as modules, right? Isn't it the char then that is... yeah, because I have the map, right? That's why. And when instantiating generics, yeah, that's why it is so slow. It makes sense. Because I have a map with linear with linear lookup. And not even linear, because like comparing a value is something that is not like an O1 operation. Yeah. But let's remove this. I'll get rid of prelude. Okay, that was, wait, what? That was still fast, right? Okay, fine. Let's just get rid of the prelude. Now I cannot find the loop block. Yeah, I think this should be easy anyway. Why can I not revert selected ranges here? Oh, there we go. Thank you. Okay, Emily's like F sharp. Yeah. I guess it is. Functional language. Well, yeah, it's functioning for sure. I mean, yeah, the F sharp and OCaml, they are very similar. This over here is not OCaml. This is my language, and I'm trying to debug it. But my language is written in OCaml. We also experienced some strange bugs with VS Code extension, like just include file KS being formatted to include. That's not the problem with the VS Code extension, because formatting is, I guess, just formatter is wrong. I don't think I had that problem. Divine Kovi Man? Huh? Okay, no, it makes sense why is it slow, because the lookups of the maps are linear now. Yes, I will have to like figure out how to make them non-linear. This is going to be impossible to work like that. Right? Okay, but I want to like minimize this to where this is not working still. I guess I don't need char and I don't need string. I don't need option, dbg convert io, fs. I don't need anything here, right? I will include collections. Let's see what's going to happen. So now it cannot find panic in scope here, obviously. That makes sense. How do I minimize this properly? Minimize this properly. Wait. Well, I mean, this is now the collections are like that. Cannot find random. How do I figure this out? How to minimize this? Maybe I should just try. Wait, was it working when I was... let's see collections here, right? Because it was blocked on the map, right? If I comment everything here... I'll just say that list is not there in the prelude. But then it still works... It still is doing something, okay, but then it stops, okay. Let's say that we only include the list. Maybe? But the lists are implemented with trips right now, so let's include only the trip. F# is OCaml just in .NET. Yeah, there are some slight differences though. Do you use OCaml, Borrowcheck, or do you use F# right now? Or did you use some other language? I forget. OCaml. I hate OCaml so much. There is no way you quit the Rust's Borrowchecker and you go back to OCaml. OCaml builds are so slow. Compared to what? Compared to F#? Tooling sucks. I mean, the language itself is also like really horrible. It's not only the tooling. I had a new problem like every day. Compared to Rust is slow. OCaml build is slow compared to Rust. What? That's like completely opposite from what's true. Unless you are saying tooling sucks compared to Rust, then it's true, of course. But yeah. Just like the other day, yesterday, I had a bug. 2 years of Rust, and my Rust builds stuff faster than OCaml could with Dune. I don't know, we have like completely opposite experiences, because for me, I mean, right now my project, sure, it compiles not as fast as it used to be. Like right now it compiles in like 5 seconds maybe, right? Something like that. My Rust project, well, though, is compiling for more than a minute. It depends on like what code you have, I guess, and it depends on the code. How much generics you're using, how much like all of that stuff. If you're writing real Rust just like you were writing C, then yeah, there is no reason for it to be slow, I guess. But are you writing Rust at that point? Does Linksider take long time to compile? I think like 10 seconds for incremental builds usually. You wrote Rust like somebody who couldn't be bothered with lifetimes and sort of Lexer chars and did use unwrap clone a lot. Yeah. But it's not about the lifetimes. It's about like how much did you abuse the generics and stuff. I guess. Like how much generics do you have in your code? Lifetimes is whatever. I don't write a lot of lifetimes either. I do unwrap a lot, I guess. A lot. I don't know. It feels like you used a different language because, or you wrote your code completely differently. Than I did. Because that's why I switched to OCaml, because of the compilation times. That's the only reason. There's no other reason. There's no way I would go to OCaml otherwise. OCaml sucks in every other like from every other point of view. OCaml is like completely inferior to Rust. Almost every. I mean, there are a couple of like type level things that exist in OCaml that are not existing in Rust, I guess, which are barely used, like GADTs, I guess, or whatever. Is trade solving a slow process? No, just the compiling. The monomorphization is what was taking the most time for me. And OCaml is a language that doesn't do monomorphization, which is why it is faster. That's all. That's pretty much all that there is about it. Okay, so I have the trips and it's working forever. And it is working forever. Can I make the trip, though, a shorter thing? For example, what if I do this and then try running? And it's going to be a lot faster, right? Just hope if I make my own build tool for my own language, it's faster than OCaml's Dune. How is Dune slow, though? Can you tell me how is it slow? Because I don't see any performance issues. Well, I mean, maybe like, I mean, I do see that my language is building here in a couple seconds, right? So it's slower than instant. Is like several seconds too slow for you? how bad are you talking about when you're saying that your compile times are bad? For me, it can take minutes, and it shouldn't because my computer isn't slow. But what exactly is taking minutes? Is the problem Dune or OCaml? Dune build. Yes, you're saying that Dune is slow, but Dune is just invoking the OCaml compiler, right? Is it the OCaml compiler that is slow, or is it the Dune build system which is slow? And how many lines of code do you have? You haven't done raw OCaml? I mean, maybe you can do the verbose stuff. I have 16,000 lines of code on OCaml right now, and it's compiling. Let's do from scratch right now. From scratch, maybe it is going to be relatively slow. Dune build. Hold on. Remove time Dune build. And where's my time? Didn't I time it? Didn't I time it? Where's my time? Oh, it's reported the time immediately? Wonderful. Oh, it's because I timed to do Dune clean, of course. Dune clean and time Dune build. That's what we need to do. But yeah, this is like this is still less than a minute though, right? Do I have a lot less code than you do? 10 seconds. If you count lines of code, should you account for MLI or just ML? I don't know. You can tell me both numbers. Do you do a lot of MLI? I literally just removed MLI right now because it's very annoying. I hate the fact that I literally, like, that's another reason why OCaml sucks. You need to duplicate your code in the interface and in the implementation for no reason a lot of the time. Because, like, I literally just want to... Well, I mean, I only have to do that with recursive functors, right? But that's what I have to do because of the recursive nature of my language. All the types that you just copy paste from MLI to ML. Yeah, like all the types. I guess that's the only thing that I copy paste, right? Kind of, right? It's the types, and then those you have to copy paste, which is very weird. Unless I want to hide the information, then you like, then you don't copy paste. You deleted your MLI as well then? Because that duplication is annoying. Yeah, but like you cannot delete your interface in case of recursive functors. So I have still duplication in one place because of that. And I don't think I can get rid of the default recursive functors there at all. All right. Okay, let's stop complaining about OCaml and let's like let's solve the thing that I'm having the problem with. REPL. Did I try doing that already? With my list, with my trip over here being commented out, right? Yes, that worked. Okay. What if I do create here? ls files, xarg word count, total. Wait, you have a total amount of 4.5 thousand lines. That's all. That's really that's 3 times smaller than my language. That's 4 times smaller than my language or something. This pre-semantic impl. Well, what are you having the problem with in terms of compilation times? Or this is another rewrite in which you don't have the problems with compilation times yet. Anyway, this over here worked for me. I have a feeling it's something like this like thing. It is taking a long time, still at 66%. What are you doing? Do you do a lot of like preprocessors in OCaml, by the way? That's another thing, because I'm not using preprocessors much. OCaml has preprocessors? Yes, just like deriving in Rust. You can derive like code. It's a lot more annoying than in Rust though. I think it's good thing that you don't use them. I might like replace some code that uses the preprocessor to manually written implementations because of how much I hate it. Takes 75 seconds. Yeah, I don't know. Is your code open source? I mean, can I check the source of your language? Private right now? I mean, just because I'm not having any progress on my thing, I could try test your thing if you want. It's not even at the stage I wanted to be at, so I still have the work to do. I mean, my language is not at the place where I want it to be either. I just don't do the private repository anyway. I don't expect anyone to contribute, really. I just like having things open. If you share it, we will spend the first 30 minutes making an X-Flake. I don't know. Wait, this still works. What does not work? I mean, there's just a couple more pieces of code here. No splitters. I mean, this is still very, like, weird, right? Like, the fact that I'm using 1 GB of RAM right now. To do this is also weird. There you go. So it used 1.4 gigabytes to do that. To process all of this code. Okay, well, I mean, and then there's like 3 times more code, so will we expect this to be using like around like 7 gigs maybe? Maybe it is just very slow then. Maybe it's not actually maybe it's not actually like an infinite loop, but it's really slow and that's all. How about we do this, you know? Let's go to interpreter, because that's probably what's happening, right? Interpreter. Interpreter core. Evaluate expression. Eval. This one. Let's do log info. Evaluating. Right? See, it's evaluating, then it stops. Wasn't it happening before you made your own map? Yes, before I made my own map. Like in the previous bug fix is when it started happening, yes. Yeah, there probably is the infinite loop. Wait, it says evaluating this thing. Wait, hold on. It's evaluating, it's compiling, right? Interpreter core. Let's see, eval place. Info. Evaluate place, evaluate expression, evaluate type. Info. Let's see, and then also let's do the compiler. Compile ASD. Let's do this over here. Print log info log compiling span print span. Okay, there you go. So I'm not evaluating and I'm not compiling anything, which means that what I'm doing is inference forever, right? That's what's happening. So let's see, inference, or it's probably like inference, and it's like substitution or something. Oh, wait a second. I think I know. It's when I did this unification of type generics, right? Because what I was doing here is I'm uniting this and I'm substituting here, right? No, never mind. Or no. Yes? Maybe? Like generics? Here? Unite generic type at this. Let's run. That is what's happening. And then there is also this. Because I'm substituting and uniting. Substituting, uniting. It's like, it's similar to the bug that I had before. It is similar to the bug that I had before. Because subwidth is creating the new scope here. Right? Yeah, so like over here you can see that result A is equal to result B substituted with the substituted bindings B to A, and then result B is a result A substituted like that, right? I feel like this over here is a recursive definition, right? But how do but we need to be able to stop the substitution at some point. I feel like substitution scope ID should be like its own separate thing created once. Substitution scope ID. Maybe if I do that, is that going to fix it? It fixed it. It fixed it. It's substitution again. Didn't you say that you have a problem with substitution too, Borrow Checker? In your language for something? Yes. Like this, the substitution, I don't know if we mean the same thing by substituting, but this is the thing that I have been struggling with for so much. Okay, well, yeah, I have evaluated everything. This is really slow though right now, but at least it finishes, right? Let's also try to uncomment all the other things and see. Although right now the performance issue is probably just because of the custom map with the linear lookups. Probably. Yeah. Were I able to implement higher order types? Higher kind of types, yes. They are working. And they are working as the as a special cased as like not special cased, but like as just the like I'm almost ready to do dependent types, I guess. Because higher kind of types is just there if you have dependent types automatically. I'm just I was just like fixing some inference issues, and now we have a huge performance issue. But it worked. So let's see here. Use std prelude star. Well, I mean, there is no std in scope, I guess. Yeah, because I was evaluating it without std. Cast. Okay. You're back. Welcome back. So literally the only thing that I did is this. This is the fix. Fix infinite recursive substitution when inferring, then when uniting. So this is specifically, right? Type generic is basically like a dependent function. Generics. I guess there you go. I can discard that. My language has Karakana types, and I allow the left-hand side of a kind to be a type, so you can pass a value to a type constructor like array char 1024. My language has hierarchical types, and I allow the left-hand side of a kind to be a type. Where is the left-hand side a type in your example? Array has kind star into uint into star. Yeah. But having a thing like this is not necessarily means that you have higher kind of type. Higher kind of type is when you can pass array as the argument to another constructor, right? Because in your example, array, all of its arguments are either concrete type or like a constant, I guess, right? This does not require having higher kind of types feature in the language. Higher kind of types is so that you can have this type, or this kind, yes. Yes. Well, I mean, higher kind of types is like, I don't know, I guess you can implement them without dependent types. It's just like the way I'm implementing my language is that like it's closer to dependent types than just like some special implementation which only has higher kind of types. I don't know, how do you implement them usually? How to implement higher kind of types. You have a clear distinction between values and types, yeah. So like, which means that it's like a separate like feature. But like, you have not implemented it yet, right? You have it in your language design. You don't know how to implement it yet, I'm assuming, right? Or do you know how to implement it already? You know how to implement it? Well, I mean, so like when you do it like this, you basically have like when you are splitting your values and types into like clear, you have a clear distinction. You basically automatically have two languages: one language in which you work with just values, and another language in which you work with types, right? So so you have dependent types in your like type language, I guess, which maybe makes it like simpler. You don't need full dependent types, but you do need to have partial application of type constructors, right? So like, it's not full dependent types, but it's still dependent types, basically. All right. So So the performance issues. Okay. I don't know if anyone was paying attention to my problem with maps. And right now the performance issue comes from the fact that my map is having the linear time like lookup instead of a constant time lookup or logarithmic. And the reason for that is because we're putting as keys into the map the values which are inferable, which means that at a later point, while the key is present in the map, we might infer the value, and we might even potentially unify some keys because of that in the map. And when I'm doing the lookup, so like basically it's like having mutable keys in your map, right? Which is not supported normally for a good reason. So because of that, I'm implementing my maps as literally the list of key value pairs, and that's it. Yeah. Also, I have this issue: conflicting implementations of cast type when I'm doing it as this. As when I'm trying to go into the REPL normally. It's another problem. Okay, anyway, but I know how to fix it a little bit. So where am I using my maps right now? Where am I using my maps? Let's see, value map. Value map is used in instantiation of the generics. So I want to know if I have instantiated a generic or not, basically. When I implement the casting of a value is another thing. Cast implementations I don't have a lot of these, so that's probably good. Like instantiation of generic is happening all the time, but I just have a single global map. So what I want to have instead, because I'm basically associating the a map with every value, we instead can store the instantiation directly in the generic itself. So instantiated generics, I'm going to get rid of it, and that's going to improve my performance. I'm going to have instead in the value generic, if only your camel worked. Can I go to definition, please? Value generic is just going to contain the map of instantiations, right? So now we have not... Wait, and why was this ID map? Oh, because this is an ID. Okay, hold on. But it means that this one was actually really quick. That's not a value map. That's an ID map on the outside there. Let's profile then. Let's profile examples hello. I mean, I can probably profile on the simpler. Or maybe I can just stop like that and see what was using the most time so far. So it is cast inference unite, right? So it's literally the like a lot of inferences happening. And a lot of allocating of new variables, of the new inference variables, I guess, right? stdleap map add map bal. Comparing IDs 7%. So a map which has IDs in it, right? So ID map. Wait. What ID map? Check unite. By recurse ID. Is that the one? The recurse, do I have like super big recursion? So my ID here is huge, right? Sure. Let's try printing this. Let's try. So like I have the recurse map, which is used for things, but it's not a single one, right? I am creating a new map for different operations. Am I writing my own language? Yes, I am. Hello. What about this? Oh, wait. It is a variable map. It's this one. It is this one. It is this one. I see. I add variable current ID, new ID. Current ID, new ID. What if I remove from here the current ID? Check unite, data on unite, check unite, data on unite. Hold on. Print adding ID this ID print new ID. Maybe I'm adding the same ID for some reason, like a lot of times. That's like because I have a bug here for some reason. No, yeah, like you see, this is like I have created like a billion inference variables. So I actually have like different IDs. That's a lot of inference variables for my currently tiny thing. And then how about, I want to know like the map size. Map size is this, right? Let's see, int print id map cardinal. Cardinal is what we want, right? Of a map by recurse id. Is it all happening in the same map? Well, I don't see the map size increasing infinitely, right? I only see at most like 300, 400, 500, which is the size. Or am I starting to see 1,000 there sometimes? 2,000 variables in my recursive like thing. Interesting. But one of the things that I'm not doing here is I'm not removing the old ID, so maybe I should do that, you know. Because I changed from one ID to the new ID, right? Check unite, find root var, recurse ID var. Wait, but isn't it the same thing? Oh, check unite, find root var. Yeah, like, and I'm adding this twice here, by the way. So I feel like this over here is unnecessary. Is that right? That this is unnecessary? Is this correct? I think this should still be correct because I was just adding it twice. But yeah, I'm just going to say that this is the new ID because this function is called data on unite, right? When unification is happened. But I can say over here. So this is new ID. And then I say that ref current ID is, I guess, recurse ID var, right? Let current ID is that. Check unite. Oh wait, maybe check unite and then this over here has current ID. That would make sense, right? So check unite and then the current ID would be like you know, recurse ID var. So over here, I will say not check unite, but I will say check unite a new ID. You know? Right? And so I will say that if current ID is not equal. Well, I mean, I can always remove it first anyway. Remove. I'm just going to remove the current ID so that the size of the map is going to be kept under control this way, because I only need to maintain the last ID basically, right? Does that help? I see that the sizes here are like literally 1 digit now, most of the time. So, which means that it probably helped a little bit. But still, I am creating 100,000 inference variables. Which is interesting. Hello, hello. Welcome, Raiders. Howling Fan Toads. With a raid. Hi, how are you guys doing? And what were you doing? I am right now here trying to make a programming language, and I'm leaking gigabytes of RAM or something. We annoyed him into learning OCaml. Oh, nice. And I today, just like every other day, have been complaining about OCaml all the time. So yeah, I mean, OCaml is nice, but also I hate it. It's so much. Learning OCaml. Did you like it though? Did you like it? If you like it, then that's good. I'm just a hater. So ignore the fact that I am hating OCaml. But like one of the examples that I learned yesterday, which is very, which I was very surprised to see. Which is that the evaluation order is unspecified. So when you are saying, when you are like record, construction, evaluation, order, OCaml, this is not specified, and because of that I was having the a bug, because I was assuming that the language was OCaml does not specify the evaluation order of function and its argument. It does not specify the order of evaluation when you construct the thing, which is very weird in my opinion, in a language which has side effects. It's weird AF. I'm sticking with though. What are you trying to build with it? Usually it's right to left. No, usually it's left to right in most languages. Right? In which languages it's right to left? Or you mean like the order of evaluation of a function and its argument is right to left? I think even that is not even like right to left, but left to right. But what I had the bug with is when you like when you create the this thing, right? The record. So you are initializing the first field and you're initializing the second field. So this over here is also not specified, and I had the bug because of that, because it was doing it out of order of what I have written here. If you need to depend on it, you should use explicit let binding. Yeah, I know, but I only learned it yesterday because I was assuming that the language is having some like sane semantics, but that is insane in my opinion. All right, so right now I'm having a problem. I fixed the bug and I introduced the issue with performance. So what we're doing here, I'm having a language which has inference, right? And I want to have a map from a value into like whatever, right? So I call this thing a value map, right? But the problem is that the values are not necessarily inferred yet, right? So how do we have a map where the key might be not inferred, and then later this is inferred? That is my problem. So the way I was doing it is I had some implementation of the compare function for inferable values, which behaved basically differently, whether the value is inferred or not yet, right? But it means that we are changing we potentially change the order of the keys in the map while they are in the map still, right? So I had a bug because of that, and right now I'm using the simple implementation of a map which allows for basically mutable keys by storing the list of key value pairs and doing the lookups and stuff in just linear time. So how do I do this properly though? That's the question. Have you guys tried making your own programming language, and did you need such a structure? There are reasons for it, but yeah, maybe better choices could have been made. There are good reasons, mostly because of optional and labeled arguments making the evaluation order weird to assume in some way. Optional and labeled arguments are weird? Are making weird to assume? How is it weird though? Like it should be based like the evaluation order should be based on how you call the function, right? Because yeah, that's how I would do it. Why would it be something else? Because like technically your function is implemented as having like the other argument being the first one, so you don't need to hold the reference to the function argument before that argument is actually like consumed by the function, I guess. I don't know, but I mean, I don't know, maybe you can get used to it, but it is very unintuitive in my opinion. C++ had the same had the same thing, and C++ fixed it relatively recently in C++ 17, right? Did they have a good reason for the same thing too? Or well, in C++ you don't have like the functions with multiple arguments being functions returning functions, which makes it a little less weird in that case. But how do you explain the reason for the order of evaluation of the fields in records though? That doesn't explain it. With optional arguments I can kind of see the point maybe. With functions I can maybe see something, but what about the initialization of the fields? Is it because this is also implemented as a function behind the scenes? Or something? Construction of an object? Maybe. Alright, anyway. Historical zinc machine, right to left evaluation. Yeah. Okay, so I already explained my problem, right? And the question is, how do we solve it? The maps with mutable keys, basically, without having linear lookups. It's not like exactly maps with linear keys, though, because this is specifically made for inferable values, right? So what can happen with an inferable value? One thing that can happen is that two inferable values become the same values, in which case we basically have now, instead of two keys, we have one key, in which case we need to unify the values of the map of the value which is associated with the key, or like ignore one of them or something, I guess. I think it should not matter for the way I'm using it here. Another thing that can happen is that we infer what the value is. So the key in the map is either inferred or not inferred, right? And I feel like what we need to have is two separate maps. But inferred values can contain other not inferred values inside of them. I'm wondering, by the way, if the evaluation order, I mean, it is not specified, so it's, yeah, never mind. Like, there's also the different like target, I'm using JS over camel, and there were some inconsistencies with how that works versus the native like version of the OCaml 2. If you know OCaml, how about this thing also? So I'm using the derives to derive equality and orders, but I don't want it to be derived for all of my types, only for some. But I have a recursive language with all of the types being recursive, and it seems like I can only annotate the whole recursive group and not any specific thing. That is so annoying. Is there no workaround? Because it feels like I cannot annotate a specific type at all. I think like I can give annotations to the fields and to the whole item, which is the entire recursive group. But I cannot give any annotation to the preprocessor to a single item in the recursive group. Is that right? Okay, here's my map. Here's my map, and here's my performance bottleneck, I guess. Find opt in a map is iterating on the list to try and find something there. Well, I mean, is that actually the performance bottleneck? How about we profile a little bit? Well, I mean, I was just profiling, right? It was reporting the ID map. Check unite is the thing, yes, and I was there, which is actually a different thing. It's not this one. check unite. It's literally this. And this map is used where? var.map. It's used in substitution of the bindings. Yes. So a lot of substitutions are happening. Literally a lot. Can I do something like because when I'm substituting, I'm creating the cache here, right? Implementation, new context. Inverse var map create. This is it. This is the one. This is the one. I want to know that I am substituting here. How many caches am I creating? That's my question, right? Print. Starting, substituting, created a new cache. Maybe it's span. Let's see what's the span. Where is that actually happening? Wait, hold on. I'm creating new cache at subvar, and that is wrong. Wait, that is wrong. Right? Subvar is the span which is inside over here. Subvar. So, which means that I'm creating the new cache from inside of substitution. That should never happen. That should never happen. So this span is used to create new not inferred variables and to do the unification over here. Is it the creating of the new not inferred value subvar? So, for example, substitute type. Substitute type is this, where new not inferred is type new not inferred. Okay, and type new not inferred is new not inferred type, which creates the new context. Wait, hold on. New context. This is the normalized bindings, implementation, new not inferred type. No, new not inferred type does not have anything. It's the new not inferred values probably, right? When I have substitute value. New not inferred value. New not inferred value creates this, which is doing I don't understand right now. Well, what's happening? Created a new cache at subvar. Can I get Carol into camel like stack trace in this case? I guess I can, right? I can? I can. I probably, like, I can at least, like, throw an exception, catch the exception, and print its stack trace, right? Immediately. As one way. Maybe there is dedicated functions for that. I don't know. Starting sub. Starting sub created new cache over here. So I want this to happen. Print exception. Get backtrace. Returns a string containing the same exception backtrace that print backtrace would print. Print backtrace. Prints an exception backtrace. The backtrace lists the program location where the most recently raised exception was raised and where it was propagated for function calls. So I must have the exception in this case, right? So we do try with foo. We just say let exception foo. And then we just like raise foo. And if we have foo, then we just print backtrace. Print backtrace. Out channel. Out channel is what? std out. std error. Where's my backtrace? Where's my backtrace? Oh, it's printed like here. And then it stopped printing it like over here. Like this, after this line, I need to see the backtrace because I'm printing it here, right? Print and then look at the backtrace. I'm supposed to see it, right? Look at the backtrace, and then there is no backtrace. Hello? I just decides not to print anything. It did print it over here. So we have substituted bindings, Wait, so what? Raised here, raised here, raised here. I have a single threaded program. Raised as this. This is not a full stack trace either. Where's the full stack trace? I'm just not going to get it. Let's try to get the backtrace. Let's try to get the backtrace, sure. Returns a string containing the same exception backtrace. I don't want sudo, hello? Okay, the backtrace is raised over here, which makes... which is useless. Where's my full backtrace? That's not the full one. This language. Camel. How do I print the full backtrace in OCaml? I already have OCaml run param is beam. It's because OCaml is being OCaml, of course. I do have debug info. Record backtrace true. Don't try the runtime alone. I have this in my test things, I guess. Okay, sure, let's do this in my main here. Print exception, record backtrace true. So I get it, like, it's not really happening. This is still not the full backtrace though. This is not the full backtrace. There's a single line here. Maybe this is print exception. Backtrace slots. Get call stack. Returns the description of the top of the call stack at the current program point with at most n entries. Note, this function is not related to exceptions at all, despite being part of the print exception module. Okay, maybe this is what I need. I need the get call stack. Then I don't need to raise exception. That makes sense. Get call stack with int. Let's say that int is going to be like 100, right? So this is call stack. Okay. Now how do I print it? This is a raw backtrace. Print exception. Print raw backtrace, right? Print a raw backtrace in the same format that this one is using. But printing for some reason, I was printing it like in a separate thread or something. std error call stack. Let's see if it does that again. Okay, this is definitely looks like a bigger one, right? Okay. So let's see, starting sub, right? Create a new cache. at syntax. So I want this to be only if okay, I want to do this if span if span Yuri is the fake one, right? It's fake sub var. %3c %3e. All right. There we go. Called from eval. So when I'm doing evaluating, I'm evaluating a constant, and evaluating a constant requires substituting this expression constant. But where is this constant then? Hold on. If I am evaluating the constant, then in which place is the constant here? Temporary constant. When I'm evaluating place, temporary constant expression, evaluate assigning. Pulled from the REPL. I feel like this stack trace is like mixed. And to make sure, like, why is it mixed? That's what I don't get. It's like it's actually printing it in as a separate thread or something. How do I figure this out? Like, I need to print it once and then like stop. Maybe like sys exit Unix exit. So you couldn't figure out why your builds take so long? I don't know. Because you're using Rust instead of a camel? How do you exit? Sys exit. It's just exit. It's a freestanding function in standard library. Exit 1. Let's do that. Right, because it should never happen that I am doing the substitution here, right? Like that. At the like during substitution, I should not start substitution from scratch. That makes no sense, right? sub with. Okay, this is the one. This is the one. This is the one that I have. This is the substitution of when I'm doing the generics. Yes. No, this, hold on. No, this makes sense, right? This actually does make sense. Apparently, after exporting the build as log and giving it to AI, they said I was in every build building the OCaml compiler from scratch every single time. Wait, what? How did you set up your project? You're building the OCaml from scratch every time. It's funny. Okay, so this is the code that I have written today, by the way. And it is performing substitution here, and it should... So that's what you've been complaining of. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense if you compile the compiler every time from scratch. You've messed up your Dune project. I don't know. I cannot tell you because we cannot see it. It's rewrite time. Well, what's happening right now is not the OCaml's fault, though, right? It's just I cannot figure out. Well, I mean, for Burrow Checker, maybe it's rewrite time. Right now, I'm struggling to find the reason. Your Dune project had OCaml from your first OCaml attempt, and you never thought twice. Right? Yeah. I don't know why your Dune project has OCaml, but okay. In your first attempt. So enjoy your instant buildings now, I guess. It is supposed to be basically instant for you for just 1,000 lines of code that you currently have. Or what it is, 4,000 lines of code. Now 11 seconds. That still is very slow though, I think. That is still very slow. Unless your PC is slower than mine. Mine is not very like the top end currently. At all. That is first build. And some build is 0.7. Okay. But my build from scratch is 10 seconds right now, right? I think we tried that already. My build from scratch takes 10 seconds. Yeah. I mean 12.23 seconds. Wait. Or is this 36 seconds? Wait, where's the time? How do you interpret this again? I don't know, I'm lost. My brain is not working after looking at OCaml for so long. It breaks me. Just wait until AI bubble bursts, then you can afford better RAM. It's not the RAM that's the issue though, right? I mean, maybe it's the disk. I don't know. I don't know which actually is taking. Like, maybe your CPU is like, maybe you have. I don't know. I'm not going to guess. Can I make second progress, please? I have. I feel like I have done negative progress today. You know, I mean, yes, I fixed a bug, but now we have bigger problems than the bug that we had before. I mean, okay, but is this code actually running a lot? Is the question. In my inference, this one, right? Uniting this generic. I was trying to run that earlier, right? And yes, it is happening a lot. There's like 1,000 substitution variables. Although we start, for example, at this, right? Use a collection list. Why is this? Wait, what? Unite generic type as this thing. What does that mean? What does that mean? That means that I'm doing the unification here a billion times, by the way, it seems, right? Well, because this thing contains a lot of generics inside the list, right? But why am I doing any substitution at all? Is the question. Because I'm evaluating this, right? It's when I'm evaluating it. Correct? I'm evaluating it, which means that I'm okay. Because, okay, yeah, okay, it makes sense, hold on. It makes sense a little bit what's happening here, I think. So we have prelude. Prelude is a constant, right? Because std standard library, we say that we have a constant prelude, which is this. So which means that we need to evaluate this thing, right? We need to evaluate this thing. a constant. Can I say over here, print is this the problem? It's not the problem, or is it? It is. Wait, hold on. Let result be this. In result, even without a camel building. I don't know, you have something really wrongly set up. I feel like that's like whatever you did something wrong. Try to build your project in CI or whatever. I mean, if it's, yeah, if you can. Wait, no, it's done. No, it's done instantly, so that's not the problem. That's not the substitution. That is not the substitution. This is so annoying that I don't know how to fix my bug. Or can F# off. Yeah. Yeah, I was like thinking earlier that if I was thinking about F# earlier, like before going back to OCaml, I feel like I should have went to F# because I feel like F# should have a lot better tooling, right? And all of the things. It's basically still OCaml, but the tooling I would expect to be much better. I did not actually try F# though, so I don't know if that's true. Is F# better than OCaml? Short answer, yes. For most humans, F# is better than OCaml. Tooling that actually works. The real debugger, the real stack traces, the real IDE support. You don't fight the build system every morning. The .NET ecosystem. You interop with C#, Rust, C, basically civilization. Error messages that speak English. OCaml hands you a type puzzle and leaves the room. Practical by default, batteries included. Where OCaml still wins. Compiler tech. OCaml's type system is cleaner and more principled. I want to have more examples of how it is more cleaner. Performance predictability, native code, fast startup, no CLR warm-up. I feel like CLR warm-up is basically negligible though. Isn't that, like, is anyone having issues with that? And isn't like .NET compiling to native code too these days? I'm not sure. Examples. OCaml's type system is cleaner and more principles because it has fewer compromises, fewer escape hatches, and less runtime nonsense baked in. GADTs without duct tape. OCaml GADTs are native, minimal, and predictable. Okay. GAGTs, by the way, I mean, I do use them. I'm not sure if I should have used them. Feel like maybe it would be easier if I didn't. F# has GAGTs now, but syntax is heavier, inference breaks faster. It breaks pretty fast in OCaml too, though. You end up annotating half the program. Same with OCaml. True parametric polymorphism. No subtyping poison. OCaml has pure Hindley-Milner polymorphism. This is universally polymorphic, no hidden constraints, no runtime casts. F# lives on .NET, so it inherits nominal subtyping, method overloading, value restriction landmines. No ad hoc overloading nonsense. In OCaml, plus means int and plus dot means float. And in F#, you have that. SRTP hell. Compile time, direct typing with error messages that look like corrupted firmware. OCaml refused to pretend this is clean. I don't know. I feel like ChatGPT is lying to me here. Let inline add X. I mean, this shouldn't work for any types, I guess. If that's how it works in F#, where you can like plus anything. But in OCaml, you have the same thing for like the equal operator, for example. Exhaustiveness checking that actually matters. OCaml's pattern matching analysis is stricter and sounder. F# something. Does F# not have exhaustiveness checking? Modules are a real type system feature. OCaml modules are second order types, not namespaces. They're also really annoying to use. Effects are explicit. OCaml makes effects visible. Oh, really? I don't think so. I think that's false. I think that's literally a lie here. Exceptions are invisible to the type system. Same with the algebraic effects. Visible to what? F# just like makes everything mutable everywhere, and they have implicit async. From what I've seen, it's pretty explicit though. So I don't know. I feel like ChatGPT is lying to me here a lot. What do you mean you cannot infer this? Why do you need me to explicitly annotate this? Yeah. Alright, anyway. If you are going to rewrite, do it in TypeScript. I'm not going to rewrite my language. No, we are all like, I mean, okay. The only reason that I'm going to rewrite if I cannot self-host for some reason. The reason could be performance, for example, but I mean, this over here should just be fixed. This is a bug, right? That I have something like I need to figure out what's happening here and fix it. Before, like, my standard library should still be parsed and like compiled in less than a second easily, right? Performance of the interpreter is something that maybe doesn't really matter much because we're just going to transpile instead. Yeah, there is no way I'm doing like doing another rewrite will take another like couple months. So no. Hello Hisoka, how are you doing? We are here suffering, trying to understand the bug, and I'm not sure what it is. Rewriting cast, yes, that's the idea. That's what I want to do. So right now we have the like infinite substitution happening. I need to like track why is that happening. It's happening because I'm uniting generics here. Right? Right. I want to know the original scope. So like right now we see this fake subvar. I want to like make sure that this is not the problem. Fake. Like I want to like get rid of these fakes, basically, right? I do have the context here now, right? I do have the context, and the context can have the span. How about that? Span. Yes, let's do that. So instead of saying that span fake over here, type of value shape, not this one. Wait, this is the only one here. Maybe that's not what I do then. But for what is the context of substitution? Yeah, this context. We have we have the substitutions that happened, and we have the span here. We actually have the span here already in the context, right? Yes. So why am I even doing the fake span here? Span is let context be effect perform get context, and then span is context span. That's it. Okay, let's see where is it actually happening now. It is happening in kind of like different places. Collections mod. Prelude. Wait a second. It actually, yeah, so this actually like worked at the end. So I just created 300,000 substitutions. But it did finish. It is not infinite. This is still a little bit too much. So what are we doing here, for example, right? This is all happening in the same span. I'm doing a lot of substitution just in the std prelude here, right? So why am I doing a lot of substitutions here, right? That's the question. The question is because we're doing the type checking, right? Because I'm lambda calculus levels of substitution. So why is that? It's when I'm doing the type checking, right? Of this entire thing. Like, I'm trying to figure out what the type is here. Is it in the compiler interpreter? Is it in the compiler when I'm initializing instantiation of the generics? But I'm not instantiating the generic here, so no, that's not it. It is in the interpreter. It is in the interpreter. Or is it not? It's happening during unification of two types. Which ones? In the prelude, here. Am I trying to see? Wait, can I not? Wait, hold on. I think I can because I already have the profiling. I can profile already, right? I can profile and I can see which lines of code were executed the longest. Because I'm probably doing some evaluation at compile time for too long, maybe. And I'll just do examples. Hello. Okay, let's try not to print it. Where am I printing this? This one, comment it out. It's going to create a huge file, by the way, so maybe I should stop it at some point. Wait, trace JSON. It is 0 bytes for now. It is 0 bytes. Have I not started evaluating anything yet? So is it during compilation? Oh, there you go, 61,000. Something happened. And then it starts conflicting implementations. Okay, sure. Let's try to open this trace. This is not a big trace. by the way. Can it open? Can I just do this? Is this proper file? Now, how do I open this? What's the thing to open the trace? I forget about it. Cast profiling. Do you have a comment here which says what was my profiling tool? I use the Chrome trace format. Which can be opened by Perfetto. That's the one. Perfetto. Okay, and then we open the UI here. And then we open the trace file, trace.json. No, that's the wrong one. Open trace file. I need to projects, cast. Wait, is this unable to search? No! Firefox is not responding. Is this really not working? Me trying to search this shit in the list of my projects? I need to kill Firefox now because of that. Oh wait, it closed. Open trace file. Let's not use the search, I guess. And search manually, trace.json, there we go. Okay, so what do we see here? What do we see here? What do we see here? I do not see a lot. How do I navigate this? What am I doing right now? Can I reset the view or something? Can I select everything? What am I touching? Flame graph. This is just like 800 microseconds. When I was evaluating something. Right? So it seems like it only written the things after compilation. So it's the compiling that takes a while. But during compilation, I was also performing evaluation, right? Like, because during compilation, we have evaluation. So you're saying that that's not the one that is using a lot of time. It's actually just the compilation. And then running is instant. Okay. So then I need to... maybe I just need to profile my compilation then, right? That's what I need to do. That's a good idea. So let's go to cast compiler. And over here, we say something similar to the evaluation. So this over here, I'm just compiling the node. And I'm just going to say cast profiling, we just begin. We just print the spans here, right? Oh, this is just calling a function. Wait, this is just a calling a function. I don't do it properly. Yeah, I don't do it properly. But sure, let's say that we also do this. Begin and end. Yeah. How about how about we have the function just record name and f. Yeah, how about this? So then we like say begin name and then end name, and in the middle I just call this function, say let result be function, and then we return the result, right? That would be nice. So just say cast profiling record function compiling span print ast span. Right? And then similarly to that, in the interpreter over here, this is me calling a function, right? This is me calling a function, but I want instead to I think in every evaluation, so end eval over here, right? I'm just going to say cast profiling record eval span print span. So for every line of code I will know how much it for every expression I will know how long was it executing. There's also place expressions, I guess, and type expressions. Let's just do that for now. And we don't stop an error here then. So now the file is probably going to actually be huge, right? It's just 3.8 megabytes right now. Yeah, it's not going to be huge because I'm not evaluating the same thing multiple times. Or compiling the same thing multiple times. Hello World was printed after 1,000 seconds. Let's open the trace file. Okay, so here's what's happening. Okay, here's what's happening, right? I was compiling my standard library. How to the controls are very not intuitive in this thing. Like if I zoom in, how do I Oh, I use this thing at the top. Okay. So I was compiling the cast standard library. I feel that title. Hello, Dark Lord. LFG. I was compiling the standard library. This took 20 seconds. This is not the entirety of the standard library. This is, or maybe it is, line 1 to line 38. Probably the entirety of the standard library, right? Yeah. Yes, yeah, okay, so compiling standard library took 20 seconds, and then evaluating the standard library took another 20 seconds. Okay. Specifically, the collections module took 14 seconds to evaluate. But we only have constants there, right? So why is evaluating that? So slow. So the cast standard library is over here. This is the entire file, and this is just after the module. What information does this give me? We need to profile the substitution. Because substitution is what's taking a long time, right? It's not very easy. You had to solve connections bugs. Once I solved the database connection, the auth connection broke, and then when I fixed both, the auth was no longer posting to database. Nice, yeah. Yeah. I'm making a programming language here. I fixed the inference bug, and now we are having a huge like performance problem. So my language is really tiny right now, but in order to parse and like process the standard library, we are waiting for 40 seconds, right? Which is not how it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be instant. Can I maybe do something with that? How about we do something without the standard library, actually? That's a good idea, right? Maybe let's try to minimize something. It's still going to be like slow, right? You say cast run no std like examples tests or whatever, right? No, this one is instant. This one is instant. So what is not instant then? What is not instant in the standard library? Maybe I need to... Okay, fine. Let's try going the route of minimizing the standard library again. I still want it to be slow, but like if I remove collections altogether and the prelude, for example, then it's instant. Wait, but it's instant then. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So, I mean, I think I see the problem though already, right? Pum pum. Like, you see how we see like this pum pum twice, right? There is a little bit of a delay after the first set of errors. all I did here is I added the prelude. So this is also really weird, right? Because the prelude is not doing anything. Like it's like this is just re-exporting stuff, right? So why is that taking a while? That's the question, right? Yes, that is the question. Either here, no, not here, in the prelude or somewhere, right? How about I do this? Comp time. I mean, the print is already available here, right? So I can just do comp time, IO print, prelude calculated, right? And inside of the prelude, I mean, let's just try this first. Boom, boom. Standard library. Cast examples. Hello, right? Yeah, this one just does not have the prelude and I guess collections. Let's get rid of this error. Use collections list. We're just going to remove it. Okay, and then this one says that, oh, conflicting implementations of the cast float. By the way, I never looked into why do I have this one. Why do I have conflicting implementations? When we do the std bootstrapping, std bootstrap is over here. We do the import over here, right? Let's print 1, 2, 3 here. Is it going to be printed? No. So it's literally happening over here when I'm importing, right? And it's really literally happening here when I'm importing. Dune is painful, if you say so. I don't think I have problems with Dune. What's exactly is painful for you in Dune? As much as I'm struggling here myself, I don't think I see a problem in Dune. It works for me, not for thee. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying. I'm asking you what's the problem that you're having. Maybe you are doing something different than I'm doing once again. So I'm just wondering what is that. I did not say that Dune doesn't like me. How exactly? What exactly is the problem? Conflicting implementation. So when I'm importing, the compiler import is doing this. Over here, conflicting implementations, right? This is kind of a hack right now. But why am I even having this? Because when I'm importing this, I'm adding the result, right? But result state imported is this. Oh yes, because I'm using the old interpreter, right? When I'm importing. Yes. That makes sense. Set corrupted interface for some stupid reason and then enabling and disabling resetting cache doesn't help. Just do Rust. Rust is a good language, especially since it was compiling fast for you for some reason. I don't see the problem. Then Rust painfully verbose? Really? Compared to OCaml, we are talking about, like, I don't know. We're talking about different things, I think. So I just do a new interpreter here. Why was I not having this problem before? Well, it's because my map was having incorrect implementation, right? That's why. So I fixed my map implementation and I'm starting to have like these issues of conflicting implementations, right? Maybe. Try to write Rust as if it was OCaml. I don't know. I'm writing my code basically the same way in Rust and OCaml. I wouldn't say that I'm doing much different things. I don't have a problem. Maybe I'm writing OCaml incorrectly, is what that means. And then, of course, you'd have to enable so many clippy stuff to make Rust sane. Well, no matter how many things you enable in OCaml, it is still not sane. So Rust is still better, right? Like, I don't know. The starting with the fact that the exhaustiveness checking is not an error by default in OCaml. Ending with the evaluation order being weird. Just use Python. Yeah, maybe just use something that is proven to work, right? Python is proven to work, right? Right? So many people are using it. Means it's good, right? You mean Nim? Have you tried Nim? I'm wondering if Nim actually has a good, like, tooling. I feel like Nim could be a good language to use, actually. And Nim, I could also see myself using D, for example. TypeScript has the most tooling of any language you've used. You've heard Java also has lots of tooling. I don't know. I remember I was complaining about something when I was using TypeScript in the like I was complaining about something. I don't remember what exactly about though. Like how the LSP was actually better in Rust than in TypeScript, or like something. Let's just not stop on error here. Stop on error false. Okay. Prelude calculated, and then we... Yes, so here's the question. Why does this program take more than a second? Right? Why does this take more than a second? Let's profile. Same thing, right? We see the same thing at the top. ID compare, stdlib map, remove and add, which is the checking. Check unite, yes. Do some marking. This is the garbage collector, basically, right? Garbage collector is using a lot of time here. Camel modify? What is camel modify? What is camel modify? Is that like mutating a variable? Can I open this thing like full screen? Unite. So it's the inference, yes. It is the inference. I want to know where the inference is happening. I feel like I need to be able to do that stuff specifically, right? Cast profile. Open trace file. Okay. Does this give me some information? So the question is, what is happening over here, right? What is happening over here? So this was compiling the standard library for 660 milliseconds, 0.6 seconds. And 500 milliseconds here was the inner part, and then this over here was doing a lot of things. The question is, what is these things? After compiling that. Okay. Let's figure it out. How do I figure it out? Because what's happening in the middle? This is the entire file, and this is 2.1 to the end of file. So this is the entire file. This is the line 2 to the end of file. Standard library. We just have the module declaration here, right? So this is when we finish compiling this, and then we finish compiling the module, right? So cast compiler, let's see, core syntax, module, right? What are we doing here? What we're doing here is we are closing the scope, and closing the scope. Why would it lead to anything though? Is closing the scope something that, I mean, let's just add the profiling data here. Record function closing module scope. I don't think this is what's taking the time though. Wait, it is what's taking the time. Closing module scope. Okay, why is that taking the time? When I close the scope, this can trigger some things, right? Scope close. Let's see which one. Is it the interpreter scope or the compiler scope? That's another question. Module compiler scope. Interpreter scope. Which one? Interpreter scope. Okay, so why can interpreter scope being closed can lead to something? Well, because we are notifying of the updates, and then we are trying to do something, right? So someone was waiting for the interpreter thing to close. Oh, it's because finding the local during the interpretation. Notify update, right? Because notify update is happening when I'm adding the local too. Okay, no, never mind. So because I have like the async compiler, this means that notify update, scope and update. I mean, let's see when am I subscribing to the update. This is the only thing, right? When I'm doing scope await update. Scope await update. And Camel doesn't even let me see all the references. Await update. There's a lot of await updates which are potentially. Did you build that new PC yet? RAM prices soaring higher than AI bubble. No, I did not build the new PC yet. And I did not. Await update. But specifically the interpreter. But I feel like await update. This one is only used. Can you do dot await update in the interpreter? Am I performing? I am performing await update here. That's for some weird reason. Okay, I think the await update is only used here, right? To perform the await update here when I'm looking for a symbol. Let's do the infos here. Or maybe, actually, hold on. How about we actually add this to the profiling? Cast profiling, record, function. Looking for this symbol. Just waiting for the scope update. Who is waiting for the scope update? Open the trace file. Why don't I see this here? I don't see this here. So that is not taking time, right? Wait, what? How is that not taking time? Maybe it's all super tiny. 180 microseconds for awaiting. Closing module compiler scope. Okay, well, I mean, okay, they do exist here. So it means that I'm not waiting. Wait, but if I'm not waiting, then why is closing actually leads to something? Like, that makes no sense then. Right? So if closing the scope is taking time and no one was awaiting it, then that makes absolutely zero sense. But closing the scope is just saying that it's closed and then it's notifying the update, right? So, like, the question is who... Interpreter scope notify update. Notify update takes 127 milliseconds, which means that there is definitely someone here on the update, right? Percent dfs, right? List length fs. Like how many things are being called there? Eleven things. 11 things. So since I'm waiting for 11 things, shouldn't I see them here? That I am waiting for them, right? Because that's what I'm waiting for them, literally. Why am I not seeing this? Am I stupid? Because this is the list of functions, and this list of function is only being modified over here when I'm removing them, and over here when I'm handling this effect. I do have a name here. Can I have like name, comma? What is name in this case? Is a symbol? Sure. Well, let's add a symbol here. It's just weird. It's literally happening in a single place over here. When I'm trying to find the local variable, I am trying to perform the effect, which is going to wait for the update to happen. And I was waiting for it to happen. Oh, wait, no, I was... Okay, maybe like... Oh, yeah. It's not that. It makes sense. Waiting for it to happen was not the issue. Right? The issue was... Let me commit some of this stuff. So over here is supposed to have actually fixed the bug, by the way. Remove all the IDs from our map. This is logging. This is like profiling, which is actually useful. Right? Profiling. Not that though. That is going to be reverted. And this is not going to be committed, right? So profiling, evaling, and compiling. Okay, let's do that. Yeah, so it's probably like I have awaited this thing immediately, right? And then after awaiting it, we are executing something after the thing is available, right? Closing module compiler scope. It's like, it's just weird since I am closing the module interpreter scope. Doesn't it mean that like I should have finished awaiting something here? That's what doesn't make sense to me here. So I was waiting for the scope to close. Why? Because I was trying to figure out. Oh, okay, yeah. So on update, yes. Let's say that this is symbol and unit a list, right? In the interpreter scope. Symbol and unit list. Okay. So over here we will say list print symbol print f's list map fst then, and over here we say f's list map snd, and then we call them, right? And over here I am storing name and this function. Okay, so this means that I'm going to see what was I waiting. What are the symbols that we were waiting for, I guess. Right? Wait, what? The symbols are T, U, T, 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 U, T, 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 T. That makes no sense. Wait, that actually makes no sense. This is a bug, right? Notify update TU TTT. It's Morse code from alternate dimension. Closing module interpreter scope. When I'm compiling this thing. So T is a variable which is supposed to be available in the interpreter in the during parsing of the generics. That is very weird. Do I even have these guys in my current scope, by the way? Is another question. But who is actually looking? Wait, so it basically says that someone is looking for the variable named t in this scope. But that's not supposed to be happening, right? That is not supposed to be happening. For variable named t and variable named u. U, I guess, is from the option, though. U is from the option. If we go to U is literally only present inside of the options for option.map and option and then. Okay. Now I need to figure out why is that the case, and is this like the actual the actual scope that I'm closing? I would like to know, you know, one of the things that would be really useful is to know, like, when I'm debugging, what is the scope, right? What is the scope? When I'm entering this, like, I want the scopes to contain the span information, I think. You know, so interpreter scope should have the span. So that I can print it. So when I'm calling the function, for example, I'm entering a scope, which is the scope, which is the definition of the function, which also means that my function definition should have the scope, but it actually has the scope. Hold on, it actually has a definition. Body is the expression, which is the scope of the function body, right? Yes. So span here is going to be definition body data span. Okay, then over here, evaluate expression module. So similarly to that, span is going to be expression. Well, in this case, the scope itself is like the definition span, right? So definition data span then of the module, scope with target, find target dependent branch. Fine, span here is from the OCaml. I'm okay with that, I think. Enter scope. So yeah, when I'm entering the scope of the I just give it the span, right? Okay. So enter scope, evaluate expression scope. This is going to create a new scope, which is expression data span here. Okay, the entering of the scope, inner stage. So this is me entering the scope when I'm doing pattern matching. So when I'm doing the pattern matching, inside of the first branch that was matched, and the only match that was branched, I'm doing the new scope. Span is going to be branch body span, right? That makes sense. And then evaluate expression loop. Span is body data span. Expression unwindable. Body. Span is body data span. Interpreter init. So when I initialize the one, I still need to give it the span, or no? I think I just need to say that span is span fake. This is the span that the scope that I never even close. Span fake init, the initialization scope. And now the compiler when I'm entering scope, I'm also going to say that I need to give it the span. Maybe I should store the spans in the compiler scopes too. But right now, just for the interpreter. What is this? When I instantiate the generic, I create the substitution state with bindings. Argument bindings. I guess this one is going to have the span. This is me figuring out the type of instantiation of the generic. Yeah. Yes. So span, I think, is going to be argument pattern span, maybe. When we enter scope, it's going to be scope of the expression. Span is expression span. Core syntax. This is function type. Function type. I am entering the scope here. Wait, why am I entering the scope here, by the way? That's a little bit weird to evaluate the function type. But I mean, sure, let's just say that span is span. When I have the function, so this is now the function definition. I enter the scope of the function definition. Let's have the entire function here. The entire thing, sure. Enter scope. This is a generic, which is similar. I'm just going to give it the entire span. What is this? Wait, this is another generic? Oh, we have a that was generic type expression. This is generic value. Enter scope span. This is a module. So I'm entering the scope span. Implement syntax. Unwindable. guess I just add the spans over here in every place and it should be good enough. Nah, not in this case. In this case, the scope is a span is a body of the this body of the branch. Okay. So now that I have the thing, though, now that I have the thing, interpreter scope, I have the information about. I actually have the information about what scope are we closing, right? So close this. Span print scope span, I guess. Without parentheses. What's the bug? Which one? The bug is that my standard library is being processed in 1 minute instead of less than 1 second. I guess that's the problem right now. Oh wait, you're streaming? Maybe these people can help? I don't know. Maybe. Well, thank you for the raid. What were you doing? You were not streaming when I started my stream, right? Solid liquid cakes puzzle. Designed to be accessible through the Clonks PubNix. Okay. Is this difficult? Should I try doing this? Although I cannot do this with my, I cannot do this even with my current version of my programming language. I can try reverting to the previous version, which was not having performance issues, I guess. But we might encounter some other bugs then. I can use the one that I used for the Advent of Code, though. It's hard with Bash, but in general, it's not too hard. It's not too bad. I don't know, just for a distraction, we can try this. Let's see. Santa Claus. You became distracted, sniped by some kind of arcane puzzle. Yes, that's what happened to me right now. Let's see what the puzzle is about. There is a grid. Each letter starts with a sequence of digits, which wraps around the edges and stops before the next letter. Is there a dark mode on this website? I don't see the button for the dark mode. Okay. So hold on. Style editor. New style sheet. Body. Inverse. 1. Is that how you do it? Wait, how do you do this? CSS inverse. Invert. Filter. Wait. They just made the text disappear. It's not the body? It's like, I guess maybe it's a document. Wait. I don't know how to CSS. Okay, color white, color white, background color black, body. Okay, nice. We have the dark mode enabled. All right. There's some kind of a grid. Each letter starts a sequence of digits which wraps around the edges and stops before the next letter. There are both lowercase horizontal sequences and capital letter vertical sequences. I'm struggling to read anything. I should just stop streaming actually. The sequence form numbers. I don't understand. I don't understand the words that are written on my screen right now. Each letter starts a sequence of digits which wraps around the edges and stops before the next letter. That wraps around the edges and stops before the next letter. So like A starts a sequence which ends at B, right? Is that correct? So this A0, A1, then B0, B1. Okay, makes sense. And they like they go only horizontal, right? And then they wrap. They only do horizontal, it seems. Okay, yeah, and then F over here just wraps horizontally like this. Okay, that makes sense. They're both lowercase horizontal sequences and capital vertical sequences. Okay, the sequences for numbers. For the above grid, they might have been written like this. Okay, so we can convert a grid into two grids. Digits can be any single decimal digit. Digit which start a sequence cannot be 0. Wait, what? Digits can be any single decimal digit. Digits which start a sequence cannot be 0. But you literally start all your sequences with zeros here. Each letter starts a sequence, and the thing that you draw here, it starts every sequence with a 0. E.g. A0 may not be 0. Oh, A0 is not... Oh, okay, A0 is a variable, I guess, right? Okay. Additionally, you have some facts. A is cube, B is palindrome, C is a power of 2, D is square, if multiple of 1 to 7. If you refresh, there's a slight clarification for the thing you need to do. Oh no, the dark mode is gone. The puzzle requires rather a lot of arithmetics, and elves can only count on one hand. They often get confused when a number of digits larger than 5. You see, in this example, A is 21, is not a cube. B is 42, is not a palindrome. So the incorrect answers are A, B, C, D, F, B, 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 B. Okay. The sum of the wrong numbers is this. Okay, so we need to find the number, the sum of wrong things, and like every letter means something that we need to check. But how do we say, like over here, A, lowercase a is 21? Why? Why is A 21? Because we are actually given the matrix, right? We are given two matrices with like the letters and the numbers, right? That's my input. My input. Oh, and then you actually like do this. Okay. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. I get it. This is Firefox. Got him. Oh. There was no clarification, you just made me lose my dark mode. I see. Thank you. Okay, fine. Let's try to solve this. Advent of Code 2025. Okay, so this is going to be day liquid cake. Is there only one day? Like there's two parts, it seems, right? To this puzzle. How do I test this though? Do you submit it? Part 2 is available at your answer HTML in your this directory. Oh, I see. That's nice. Can we see the list of files here? Ah, this is a directory already. Okay. Liquid cake 1. All right, let's try writing some program in some previous version of my programming language, which was not completely broken yet. Source day liquid cake 1. Let's comment this out, by the way. Or else my LSP is still going to be slow. I don't need it to process the other days. Time to run a Dirbuster. Hello, this Fraser. All right. Let's see. So first we need to parse the thing. Okay. And there is also, and this is my example input, right? This is the example input, and that one is the actual input. Right? So we save this as projects. Should not take a long time, right? At least the part 1. I don't think it should take a long time. Input txt. This over here is going to be example txt. Okay. They let's copy paste this. What do I have here? Well, you can just like give the yeah, and also we do usr bin and cast chmod plus x source liquid main. Okay. So this can work. Now we can just read this thing. String lines input line. If I can still remember how to write my programming language. So I want to create a map, right? So map is list. This must be mutable. List push back to the map, the line. If it is, if I am parsing, yeah, let's say parse state is map, I guess. Parse state. We either parse the map or the parse the like rules, or I guess letter map, rules, or digit map. I don't know. Let's do that. And then if we see the empty line, then we progress to the next state, right? So if string length line is 0, parse state is match parse state with so if I was parsing the letter map, then now we do the rules. If we were doing the rules, then now we do the digit map. And if we were doing the digit map, we just continue doing the digit map, I guess. I mean, in this case, I just return immediately. Whatever. Okay, so now we just match parse state. If it is letter map, then we push back to this. Letter map. Let's call this letter map. So we have a letter map. We will have a digit map, and we will have what is this called? Is this like rules? I don't know. Let's call this letter rules. This is going to be map, I think. Do I not have map? I think it's not in the prelude. Use std collections map. Now I have the map, right? Okay. Okay, if we have the rules, then I'm just going to parse the rule here. Letter rules, parse a rule, parse letter rule line. Oh, it's not list. In this case, it's a map, right? Yeah. Let's just say instead here, parse letter rule line. Just like that, and then we have a digit map. Then so for digit map, I want to like convert it into. Do I want to convert it into actual numbers? Probably, right? Can I iterate over strings? Let like digits is I'm going to create a new list here, and then we do string iterate over the line, and for every character I'm going to do something and then push back digit map digits. This must be mutable here. So So over here, for every character, I need to and say char to digit. Is that what I need to do? No. No, char to digit is the thing. Yeah, I cannot hover this for some reason because we have the error. If I do this, yes, char into int. So yeah, we just say list push back digits char to digit c. Yes. Good. Okay, and then parse the letter rule. Parse letter rule is if I have the line, then we need to see is a, right? So we say let character and the actual rule is split once the line. Wait, split once. Does it work over the character? Or not? I think it does, right? Yeah, I can only split over the character, not over this thing. Is it difficult to implement splitting over a string? Can I even compare strings right now? I think I should be able to compare strings, but I'm not sure if I can. Let's do string is use std string, but then we're going to extend it. Can I use dot star type string? Oh, I cannot do that anymore. I see. Okay. Because that's the associate module. I cannot extend it like this. Okay, fine, whatever. We just have a standalone function called string split once. It's just the separator is going to be now a string, not a character. Okay, so we basically need yeah, let's just say, do I have index over substring? No, I have not implemented it yet. So we can, I mean, yeah, we can implement it using index of, I guess, index of substring as string and sub is string. So this is going to return option int, I guess. Yeah, let's implement that. And then string split once can be implemented using that thing, right? So I'm just going to match index of substring as substring is the separator. If it is some index, then I will need to do string sub string from 0 to the index. That's the first one. If it's none here, we should like panic. No substring. And in this here it's going to be substring as j string length s minus j. where j is I plus string length of the separator, right? That's what I want to do. I don't need these parentheses. So how do we implement index of substring, right? I need to be able to check it, right? So we do for I in 0 to string length s minus string length of the substring plus 1, right? I return none in the end here. And I say that if string sub si length is equal to the substring, then we just return some I, right? That's all. String sub string length is string length sub. All right, that should work. So instead of string split once, we say string split once. Separator is that. Okay, nice. Now we have the character and the rule. The character, I want that to be a single character, right? Character should be a single character. If string length c is not equal to 1, then panic. C is string at c0. So we just convert it to a single character. Then we have the rule itself. And now I need to parse the rule. And what are the different rules that can be there? Is there a list? Or I just need to do it by example here? Cube, palindrome, and power of 2, and square, and multiple. Those are the different things, right? Okay, sure. Let's see, const and power of 3. I thought like the power of is just the generic thing. You can have any number there, or is this the the only list of facts that you can do? Can there not be some other numbers there? I mean, yeah, there is like 4, 2, or 1, at least in the multiples. But the power can only be 2 or 3? Okay. Wait, what does it mean, a power of 2? Is that not a square? No, a power of 2 is 2 to some power, right? Yeah. Yeah. All right. I like this. This like gives you some parsing, and then like you need to like do some checking. How long did it take Bad Cop to do this in Bash? Five hours or something? Oh my god. I have already been streaming for 6 hours. There is no... okay, well, I mean, I'm not writing Bash though. I'm writing an actual programming language, right? Okay, so we have letter rule. And we can have what? So we can have cube. The question is, how am I going to check that it's a cube? Because I don't have the square root, like for example function 2, but the numbers are probably like small, right? That we're going to get 4,000, so we can like iterate and check. Cube and square is also kind of the how do you make like the generic one, right? Like I would say, like I would also call it power, like a power of 2 versus something to the power of 2. How do I call this versus that? We have power of int, or we have palindrome. And we have multiple of. It's exponent in your code. Exponent of. I feel like they should be like switched though, because or no, I don't know. I'm not sure. To the power of. I guess this makes it more obvious to me. So we have just this 4 rules, right? Okay, so now I need to parse the rule, and we say that if rule is cube, let rule be. If rule is cube, then to the power of 3. If rule is square, then to the power of 2, else if rule if rule is equal to palindrome, then palindrome, else maybe I should add some line breaks here. Else. What language is this? This is my language. I was working on my programming language. I was trying to fix some bugs earlier today, but we give up and we solved this puzzle by Liquid Cake instead. But that's the language that I've been working on. I already solved the advent of code with it. There is a lot of things to improve though still. I want to say something like if rule power of, right? We want to like strip prefix power of is some x, then it's going to be power of x. Is this not implemented as a syntax? Did I not do that yet? Or I'm pretty sure that I have it. Maybe I just did it in some specific. No, wait, I never added it. Am I imagining this? I mean, I can implement it locally here. Do you have Windows on another PC? I have Windows on this PC. I am dual booting. But I'm using it for very rarely, I guess. I'm stirring up some drama with this on Twitter. Oh, I saw that, yeah. The fact that you can do this, and I don't know, is that drama? That's how like, it is a little weird in JavaScript, but in a language like Lua, for example, you can have it like normally. You can have the things which have like there is no distinction between a list and a map, I guess, right? Lua doesn't have two types, right? Yeah. And same is true for my language. So like, for example, over here, I'm having a function which takes a string and a substring, right? But the substring here is named and this one is not named. So when I'm calling this function, right over here, I'm saying that the first argument is just as, but the second argument I'm naming it, just so that I don't mix them up on accident. So which is kind of similar. It's not exactly a list, but it's a tuple with both named and unnamed fields. So yeah. What are the other people saying? That it's cursed? It only is cursed in JavaScript though. Okay, let's implement the syntax. Syntax is priority. I need to like figure out the priority though. I'm pretty sure that I added this earlier though. I don't know why I cannot find it. It's like if is. It's like if let. If we say if value is, add some spaces for the formatter. If value is pattern, then body. Implement syntax if A is B, then body. If value is pattern, then body. We just rewrite this syntax into a match value with pattern, then body. And in any other case, we just do nothing. I'm going to have the same one if is else with an else. And the else body goes in this place then. Okay. What is that? Field label must be ident. Could not find string prefix in scope. Field label must be ident. I'm not getting this. I think I need the priority though. Hold on. Rules. I need the priority to be equal to the normal if. right? 7.5. It's 7.5, not 10. 7.5. 7.5, and it is right associative here. I need to move this to the standard library. This is nice to say, like, if A is B. Hello, Veldak. I think it's funny that V8 developers gotta deal with this stuff. They have to detect when you stop using arrays as arrays and start treating them differently. Do they? Because if you don't use the fields, then they optimize the arrays differently, and they actually store them as arrays, and otherwise they don't. Makes sense, but they need to do it for all the other things anyway, right? For performance anyway, right? Or no? Wait, where's my syntax highlighting? It's broken. I think my language server just crashed for some reason. You watched Excel World Championships in semifinals and finals. It's like Advent of Code, but have to use Haskell. I think I've seen something like that somewhere. All right, let's not string prefix. I want like strip prefix, like in Rust, you know? That's what I want to call this function. So strip prefix is the function that takes a string and prefix, which is a string, and this returns an optional string, right? Which, by the way, means that I cannot pipe it here. I just say strip prefix. Rule prefix is this. Like so. So we just say that if string substring s 0 string length prefix, if string length s is more than or equal than string length prefix length, let's calculate this only once. I'm not sure if it matters. And substring is this. Then we return some substring as prefix length s minus prefix length, else none. Okay, this seems to compile. Panic, what does this say? Boolean is not string. What does that mean? Index of panic, non-information available. What is the problem? Boolean is not string. Line 27. Oh, I have the... Wait, hold on. My LSP is reporting the error in this file in the wrong place. I see. Yeah, over here, because this is not a boolean, right? String substring must be equal to prefix. That's the correct thing. Field label must be identifier. Now, what does that mean though? Field label must be identifier. Don't have parentheses here? No, I don't. Wait, that's how I do in the pattern match. What's the problem? Field label must be identifier. I don't get this. But though, I mean, this just is me matching. Let's comment that. I don't have the comment working in NeoVim for some reason, only in VS Code. Match with some x. Like, I mean, this works, right? Yeah, that works. So why can I not say if this is some x, then that? Maybe my syntax definition is not correct. Oh wait, it's not the colon. Yeah, there you go. I understand now. The colon is already existing in the pattern. That's something that is not necessary over here. There we go. That is actually understandable. Okay, so now we can write the code that looks nice like this. Right? If strip prefix power of, then it is the power of. Else, if strip prefix, what prefix? The multiple of, and that's the last one, right? Multiple of is some x, then we return multiple of x. Else, panic. How to parse a rule? Line. Let's call it not line, but the rule actually. Wait, hold on. I don't even have. Wait, how does this compile? What is a rule? Oh, because rule is, yeah, rule is that. Okay, yeah. Outpost rule. Yeah, this should be like rule then and not the line. Okay, let's see if this runs at least. It does run, which means that I probably. And what about running this on input.txt? That also is supposedly working. Okay. Oh wait, but I have created the rule, right? Now I need to add it, right? So letter rules map add to the letter rules. The key is C and the rule is rule, right? Okay, let's dbg print C rule. Yeah, okay, I think this looks like, wait, to the power of underscore. Why is there underscore here? To the power of. Oh, because, yeah, because it, wait, what, why? Because I never specified the type of it, right? So letter rules should be map, right? This is map of letter rule. I was not matching this type from character to letter rule, right? Like that. No? Not like that? Int32 is not string. Wait, so if I don't add it, then the rule is this type. Oh, yeah, it says multiple of string and power of string. That's right. Because I need to parse these things too, right? So I need to say power of x parse, and multiple of x parse. That makes sense. Anything else? There we go. Nice. I have parsed the thing. Now what? Now we need to... I forget now what this meant. I forget now what this actually meant. We need to like construct the lines wrapping around and stuff, right? Okay. Sure. Sure. So I need to like construct the two things. Is it guaranteed that every letter is present only once on this map? So that there is only a single A? By the way, it says A is equal to 21. Didn't it say that your sequence cannot start on 0? What does this mean? There's only one of each letter? Yeah, I also am wondering what does this mean. Digits which start a sequence cannot be 0. A1 may not be 0. What does this mean? Like, if this was actually 0, then what will happen? It's just invalid? I just don't check it, or what? There's no zeros here, so I don't really like... Is there any zeros on my actual input? There are zeros, yeah. It's just invalid, no leading zeros. I mean, it's invalid, so we like treat it as the wrong thing, or we don't add it to the number, to the result at all. It's not saying it here, I think. What does invalid mean? What do I need to do with it? Unless I have missed something. But okay. Okay. Well, I mean, I don't need to like really construct these other maps, right? All I need to do is to just go over and like construct the numbers themselves, right? Yeah. Okay. Let's say answer is 0. Print answer. But we just go over the things. So we for I in 0 to the length of map. Let's call it n. Right. Let's say that n is list length I called it letter map. And m is list length of list at letter map 0. List at letter map 0. What's wrong here? List is not string. I mean, it's it's not a list, right? This is now a string length. Because I'm storing strings there, sure. Okay, so we say for I from 0 to n, and for j in 0 to m. C is list at letter map I string at j. That's how I do it right now, right? So if c, do we have dots? Right, if c is equal to dot, then I just continue. If c is equal to dot, then we continue. So now we just need to construct the vertical and horizontal. Verticals are big ones, horizontals are that. So let's say that I want to have a function read number, right, which takes the position, which takes a position ij, right? This should return the integer. Is it enough for int32s to be used here? I think it should be enough, right? This is just 9 letters. Yeah, exactly, for any 32, I guess. And direction. Direction is going to be like di dj, I guess. 7-digit max, so should be fine. Yeah. Wait, wasn't it 9? Well, I mean, it depends on how you, like, on the actual map, right? Because there's probably no single letter which spans all of these ones, right? Because that would be 9 digits. Okay. Let's call this start I and s j, right? Right, so we just do a loop. We say let I j is si as j, I plus equal di, j plus equal dj, I percent equal n, j percent equal m, right? I don't like how this looks. I is I plus di percent n. J is j plus dj percent m. Let's do that. Let mut I mut j. All right. That's what we do in the end, right? If I is si and j is sj, then we just break, right? I guess. I guess, or either this or there's a letter. Well, I mean, the starting one is already a letter. I don't even need to check for this, right? I just need to say that this is my character after I have moved. So if character is not equal to dot, then we break the loop here, right? And then we say let result as 0, we return result. This is going to be mutable. I add this character. No, not, yeah, that's when I stop, but the digit is actually a list. So we need to take the digit map at I, and we need to do that, right? So digit is an integer. And we say result is result. This is 21, 21, right? So we just say result times 10 plus digit. And that's all. But we must not start at 0, right? So it means that read number should actually be optional. Option for if it's not valid, right? Option int 32, we can do that. So in this case, we return some result, right? But if we if result is 0 and digit is 0, so that means that we have the first digit which is 0, then we just return none. Okay, so now we are going to read the number. Read number at ij 01. This is the lowercase number. Oh, and now I need to convert to uppercase. I don't think I have these conversions, but I mean I can implement it though, right? So this is lowercase and number. Okay, let's just do check C and this read number. We will have the check function, which has the character and the number. Char. That's going to like check that it satisfies the rules and add to the answer if needed. This one is optional, right? Yes. Let's just take optional here as an argument. I guess I'm just going to say that match number with a none. Then I guess we don't do anything by default, right? We just ignore them. And if we have some number, then we are going to actually have something. I don't even return. I kind of want to do something like let I want to do something like let some number be number else return, because why not? Let's do a let else. Let pattern equal value else body. Let pattern be value else body is going to match value with the pattern. Then wait, I'm not sure if I mean, yeah, no, I should just say that let I cannot just have this as a macro though, can I? I mean, right now I can, because I can do a let, which is non-exhaustive, I guess. We can say let pattern be match value with pattern, then I return the value back. And then I pattern match it again there, and over here we just say the else body. Then unexpected semicolon. How is this an unexpected one? Why is it this one unexpected? Let pattern equal value else body. Seems correct. I mean, it's just also like properly highlighted here. Oh, I see the issue though. I see the issue. Okay, maybe I ignore this for now. I'm not sure how to implement this currently as just a syntax extension. Let some number be number, else return. Let number be this, then return else number. Do it like in the old times, right? Okay, so we have the number like that. Now I need to find the rule. So rule is map. We have the letter rules, and I need to get map get, right? I need to give it something here. What's the type? Just character, right? So I just give it the C literally. And this is going to be my rule. This is a reference. This is optional reference to the rule. Yeah, let's see. Match with none. Then we panic. No panic. No rule found. If it is some rule, we just copy it out, I think. Hello, Cobalt Ethan. Okay, we have the rule, and now we just need to match this against the rule, right? So we're going to match rule with okay, so what are the rules that we have? We have a palindrome, right? Is palindrome number. I don't know, do I inline this here? I mean, I guess I just inline it here, though. So how do we check that a number is palindrome? We need to, like, reverse it, right? Let reversed is 0. Let reversed be... let x is number. Let's call it A, and let's call it B is 0, right? So we say while A is more than 0, B plus equal A 10. B is B times 10 plus A divided by A% 10, right? A divided equal 10. That's all, right? And then we just return b. So we say that reversed is equal to number, right? Let like rule passes or something. Okay, what other rules do we have? We have power of x, right? It's going to be what? Let's say with return here. Okay. While let not x is number. While x is more than is more than 1, right? We do with not x. Let's call this like, let's call this number. Well, number is more than 1. Number divide equal x, right? But if number %x is not equal to 0, then we just return false, right? And otherwise we return true. Okay, then what else is there? To the power of x. Let's rename this to just 2 power. 2 power of x means that we just say, wait, no, this is incorrect. Or is that correct? Yes, this is correct. But 2 power of x means that I need to find the number that yeah, okay. All right, let's see. With the return again, I guess we are going to say false, but then we say like let not test is 1. Can we like we should test 1 too, right? Then we just do a loop, and then we say let not test to power is 1, and then for underscore in 0 to x we say test to power multiply equal test, right? And then we say that if test to power is equal, well, first of all, if it's equal to number, then we just return true, right? But if test to power is more than number, then we break the loop, right? There we go. Is there anything else? There's like the 4th rule. What's the 4th rule? What's the issue here? Row inference failure. Oh wait, did I not? Row inference failure. What do you mean row inference failure? To power of, yeah, hold on, it was renamed even properly here. Oh wait, over here the rename did not work properly or something, and it's like removed a space there and part of the int for some weird reason. Can I like rename this to power of that? Yeah, see, it did not rename it correctly. It seems like this has it tries to rename this thing twice, so it applied the same text edit twice here. Interesting. But yeah, the last one is what? Just multiple of, right? So then we have a multiple of x, then we just return that number percent x is equal to 0, right? And that's all. So now we say that if checked, if rule passes, if not rule passes, then it's the incorrect one, and we need to add it to the answer, right? So answer plus equal number, and then we just print it. Oh no, it's slow. To the power of looks extremely sus. You don't like this? Oh, yes, it is sus. I mean, it makes sense why it's not slow, it's an infinite loop. Of course. We say test plus equal 1. There we go. Is that the correct for the... No, it's not. It's not the correct one. Oh, wait, but it's because I did not check the vertical numbers either, right? So C is to uppercase. How do I convert to uppercase? I say char code C plus char code A minus char code A, and then I like convert all of that into char from code like this. This is the capital C and capital C, and we read like 10 like this. Okay, 12 to 51. Okay, easy. First try. Input txt. This.html. Part 2. If the elf did their best, and you're sure that all full numbers they have written that match the corresponding clue are correct, after keeping only the digit of the puzzles from clues the elf wrote correctly, you have this. From this, you fill the remaining digits. GG. Coding. Yeah. Subtract 32. Yeah. I don't like remembering the number 32 though. Okay, hold on. We need to decipher the text here again. Full numbers they have written that match the corresponding clue are correct. After reading only the digits of the puzzle from clues the elf wrote correctly, you have this. From this you fill in the remaining digits. What is the what do you mean fill? How do you fill in the remaining digits? That's the like the original, right? That's not the original. No. What is 799? Where does this come from? You solve the puzzle given the rules. What? From this you fill in the remaining puzzles. Two, 4. Wait, like, why is this 2 here? Hold on. After keeping all the digits of the puzzle from the clues the elf wrote correctly, you have this. 2. Okay, 2 is like... Wait, where is the 2 coming from? I don't get this. This is so difficult to understand for me. 27 is a cube. 99 is a palindrome. Yeah, but why is this 2 here? Is that correct? Because like A is 21 is not a cube, so that's not correct, right? So where is the 2 coming from? The only one that is correct, or is this like or this has nothing to do with the original example? The only ones that's correct here is 1397, which is this. Okay. And then 24. Oh, it's capital A. Oh, it's capital A. So like, yeah, capital A 24. Makes sense. Yeah. Makes sense. Okay, and from this you fill the remaining digits. How do you fill the remaining digits? Once again, 27 is a cube. So you now need to make the ones that are, so like you make it correct, right? Okay, and then ignoring the clues and the wrapping, there will be a number of sequences of odd digits. Ignoring the clues and the wrapping. 7 and 5 and 75. Okay, so like on every line we should like combine the groups of odd digits, and then we add these together. Makes sense. Okay, let's do this real quickly. Liquid cake part 1. I'm going to commit that first though. So how do I do this here? We need to first wait, but wait, what? How do you feel this again? 27. Wait, what? A is a cube, so it is 27, right? A is a cube, so it is 27. Is 27 like the only cube that starts with 2 and which has 2 digits? Is that what you are trying me to solve here? And to find the cube which starts with 2? Oh my god. Oh my god, this is okay. Well, I mean, I guess like we can just do it the brute force because all of the numbers are short, right? We have a multiple of this, and all of the multiples are like I don't know. Maybe we can just iterate. But you know what? This has been taking a little bit too long. I wanted to end the stream even when you raided Bad Cop, so maybe I'll do that next time. That's a cool puzzle though, I guess. It's like not difficult like in Advent of Code, but you end up writing like I did write what, like 200 lines of code here, right? Which is more than your regular Advent of Code, I think. So yeah, let's see. This was your part 1. Oh, do I want to see this? Wait, this is actually surprisingly readable. You have less code than I have for part 1. You have 50 lines less. But I mean, you're not declaring the types, right? And I was declaring the types because I'm trying to write a typed language. And I'm also having some custom syntax defined here. And some of these also could go into the standard library, I guess. Yeah, the first 69 or like 67 lines of code probably could go in STD. Category does not exist. Nice. You want me to send you to someone else who we make solve liquid cakes puzzle? Anyone is doing something similar? You did transpose because you were lazy, and then it didn't help you in part 2. Maybe someone who's doing Advent of Code still? There was some people. Now. Okay, any suggestions? Where do you want to go? Cakes? Alright. Sure, let's go cakes. Your Twitch is really dead right now? Yeah, I mean, cakes is on the list of my followers, but yeah. I mean, I was just seeing some people solving the Advent of Codes still, and it seems like all of them are gone now, so yeah. Now we are going to go for this. I mean, cakes is nice. See you guys next time. Bye.
Replace with path